Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a complete journey through the British Empire, the largest empire in human history that would eventually span a quarter of the Earth's surface and rule over 458 million souls from 1497 to 1997. We'll softly explore the remarkable rise of a small island nation from humble beginnings, starting with Henry VII's tentative steps into the New World, through Elizabeth I's privateering adventures, the establishment of the first permanent settlement, the golden age of Pax Britannica, when British power reached its absolute zenith, the transformative effects of 2 world wars, and finally the peaceful evolution into the modern Commonwealth, all while discovering how 3 centuries of expansion, innovation, and eventual decolonization shaped our modern world. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, please take a moment to like this video, leave a gentle comment about which era of the British Empire most fascinated you, and subscribe to keep these soothing historical tales coming your way. So settle in comfortably for this complete journey. Close your eyes and let these gentle whispers from across the centuries carry you toward restful sleep as we witness the rise and transformation of the empire upon which the sun never set. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family. The British Empire, later known as the largest empire in human history, began not with grand proclamations or mighty conquest, but with the cautious voyages of a small island nation seeking its place among the great powers of the world. In the waning years of the 15th century, England remained a peripheral kingdom in European affairs, watching with growing envy as Spain and Portugal carved magnificent empires from distant continents. The realm that would one day claim dominion over nearly a quarter of the globe possessed only 3 million souls within its shores, a modest population dwarfed by the continental powers that had already begun their remarkable age of expansion. The court of Henry VII buzzed with tales of Spanish conquistadors returning with ships laden with Aztec gold, and Portuguese navigators establishing profitable trading posts along the African coast and in the spice-rich Indies. These accounts stirred ambitious dreams within the English court, where merchants and nobles alike recognized that England's future prosperity might well depend upon securing its own overseas territories and trade routes. King Henry VII, ever watchful of the successes achieved by Spanish and Portuguese navigators, understood the profound importance of maritime exploration for England's emerging national interest. In 1496, he granted letters patent to Giovanni Caboto, a Venetian mariner known to history as John Cabot, commissioning him to lead an expedition westward across the vast Atlantic Ocean. Henry's charter granted Cabot sweeping authority to discover, investigate, and claim new territories for the English crown, while seeking that most precious prize of all, the elusive Northwest passage to the legendary wealth of Asia. When Cabot departed from the bustling port of Bristol in the spring of 1497, 5 full years had passed since Christopher Columbus first reached the Caribbean islands that would transform European understanding of world geography. The Venetian navigator, sailing in his modest vessel, the Matthew, carried with him the hopes of English merchants and the dreams of a kingdom eager to join the ranks of exploring nations. After weeks of sailing across the cold North Atlantic, Cabot made landfall somewhere along the rugged coast of what we now know as Newfoundland. The exact location of his landing remains shrouded in historical mystery, but contemporary accounts describe a harsh, forbidding landscape of rocky shores and dense forest. Cabot firmly believed he had reached the northeastern coast of Asia, planting English banners upon that distant shore, while claiming the territory for King Henry VII. Though Cabot had achieved the distinction of being the first English explorer to reach North America, no attempt was made to establish a permanent settlement in this seemingly inhospitable land. The territory appeared harsh and unwelcoming, offering little immediate promise of the spices, silks, and precious metals that drove European exploration during this transformative period. Cabot's second voyage, in 1498, ended in profound mystery and eternal silence. His small fleet of 5 ships vanished somewhere in the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, leaving no trace of their ultimate fate. With their disappearance into the maritime unknown, England's initial foray into transatlantic exploration came to an abrupt and sobering conclusion that would delay further English overseas ventures for decades. The reign of Henry VIII witnessed dramatic transformations in English society that would profoundly influence future imperial ambitions. Henry's momentous break with the Roman Catholic Church in 1533, formalized through his statute in restraint of appeals, declared boldly that this realm of England is an empire, establishing an early conception of English imperial identity that would resonate through subsequent centuries. This declaration was far more than mere royal rhetoric. It represented a fundamental shift in English self-perception, transforming the kingdom from a peripheral European state into a realm that claimed equal status with the great empires of antiquity and the emerging imperial powers of early modern Europe. The Protestant Reformation that followed Henry's break with Rome created irreconcilable religious hostility between England and Catholic Spain, the dominant imperial power of the age. This religious antagonism would drive much of England's subsequent colonial activity, as Protestant England increasingly sought to challenge Catholic dominance in the New World. English privateers and explorers would frame their activities not merely as commercial ventures or territorial expansion, but as righteous crusades against the power of Catholic Spain and the perceived tyranny of the Pope, the young Princess Elizabeth, who would later ascend to the throne as Elizabeth I, grew up in this atmosphere of religious conflict and emerging national consciousness. Her education included extensive study of geography, navigation, and the accounts of foreign explorers, preparing her for a reign that would witness England's true emergence as a maritime power. During the middle decades of the 16th century, English merchants and navigators gradually accumulated the knowledge and experience necessary for sustained overseas expansion. Trading voyages to the Baltic, the Mediterranean, and even to distant Russia provided English mariners with invaluable experience in long-distance navigation and foreign commerce. The Muscovy Company, established in 1555, represented England's first major joint stock trading venture, opening commercial relations with Russia through the dangerous northeastern sea route around Norway. Though this enterprise focused on European rather than overseas trade, it established important precedents for the joint stock companies that would later finance English colonial expansion. The accession of Elizabeth I to the English throne in 1558 marked the beginning of a revolutionary transformation in English attitudes toward overseas expansion, where her predecessors had approached exploration tentatively and sporadically. Elizabeth embraced maritime adventure as both economic opportunity and patriotic duty. The Elizabethan age would witness the emergence of England as a serious maritime power, driven by a potent combination of religious fervor, economic necessity, and growing national pride. Elizabeth's court attracted adventurous spirits from across England and beyond, men who combined scholarly learning with practical seamanship, religious conviction with commercial ambition. These figures would shape the character of English expansion for generations to come, establishing patterns of exploration, trade, and colonization that would define the British Empire. The Queen herself possessed a remarkable understanding of geography and navigation for a monarch of her era. She studied maps with intense interest, questioned returning explorers about their discovery, and maintained extensive correspondence with geographers and navigators across Europe. Her court became a center of geographical learning and maritime planning that rivaled any in Europe. In 1562, Elizabeth sanctioned the privateering activities of John Hawkins, a Plymouth sea captain who proposed to challenge Spanish and Portuguese dominance of the Atlantic slave trade. Hawkins's voyages to West Africa and the Caribbean served multiple purposes. They disrupted Spanish treasure fleets returning from the Americas, provided England with much-needed precious metals and exotic goods, and demonstrated English naval capabilities to rival European powers. These semi-official raids marked the beginning of England's systematic challenge to Spanish imperial monopoly. Spanish authorities had claimed exclusive rights to trade and navigation in American waters, but English privateers boldly violated these claims, arguing that the seas belonged to all nations and that Spain had no right to exclude other Christian powers from legitimate commerce. Hawkins's nephew, Francis Drake, emerged as the most famous and successful of Elizabeth's sea captains. Drake's circumnavigation of the globe between 1577 and 1580 brought him lasting international fame and considerable personal wealth, while demonstrating that English seamanship could match that of any nation in the world. Drake's voyage began as a relatively modest privateering expedition targeting Spanish settlements along the Pacific coast of South America. However, once he had rounded Cape Horn and entered the Pacific Ocean, which the Spanish considered their private lake, Drake found himself in waters where no English ship had ever sailed. Rather than turning back, he pressed northward along the American coast, raiding Spanish ports and capturing Spanish treasure ships with remarkable success. The Spanish settlements Drake encountered were completely unprepared for attack from the sea, having been established on the assumption that the Pacific Ocean was impenetrable to foreign vessels. Drake's raids netted enormous quantities of silver, gold, and precious goods, transforming what had begun as a modest privateering venture into one of the most profitable voyages in maritime history. When Drake returned to Plymouth in September 1580, his ship, the Golden Hind, was laden with Spanish treasure worth more than £400,000, an astronomical sum that exceeded the annual revenues of the English crown. More importantly, Drake had proven that English ships could sail anywhere in the world, and that Spanish claims to maritime monopoly were largely bluff. Elizabeth's decision to knight Drake aboard his ship at Deptford sent a clear message to Spain and the world that England endorsed his activities and would not be intimidated by Spanish protest. The elaborate ceremony attended by foreign ambassadors and English nobles, transformed a privateering captain into a national hero and symbol of English maritime prowess. Walter Raleigh emerged as another key figure in Elizabethan expansion, though his contributions were more intellectual and promotional than practical. Raleigh possessed a remarkable combination of scholarly learning, courtly sophistication, and entrepreneurial ambition that made him the ideal advocate for English colonization. In 1584, Elizabeth granted Raleigh a comprehensive charter authorizing him to discover, occupy, and govern territories in North America not already claimed by Christian princes. This charter represented the most ambitious English colonial project yet attempted, envisioning permanent settlements that would establish English sovereignty over substantial American territories. Raleigh's initial reconnaissance expedition to the North American coast returned with glowing reports of a temperate climate, fertile soil, and friendly indigenous people. The explorers had landed on Roanoke Island, off the coast of present-day North Carolina, which seemed ideally situated for a colonial settlement, protected from ocean storms but accessible to shipping. With fresh water and abundant natural resources, the reports of this expedition, carefully edited by Raleigh and his associates, painted a picture of an American paradise waiting for English settlement. They described a land of perpetual spring, where European crops would flourish, and where gentle savages eagerly awaited instruction in Christianity and civilization. These promotional materials, widely circulated through pamphlets and public lectures, helped create the first wave of English enthusiasm for American colonization. Raleigh's first colonization. 100 men on Roanoke Island, under the leadership of Ralph Lane. This colony represented a serious attempt to create a permanent English foothold in North America, complete with fortifications, workshops, and agricultural facilities. However, conflicts with local indigenous peoples, supply difficulty, and the colonists' unrealistic expectations about easy wealth led to the abandonment of the settlement after only 1 year. The Second Roanoke Colony, established in 1587, included women and children for the first time, indicating Raleigh's intention to create a permanent community rather than merely a temporary outpost. John White, the colony's governor, returned to England for supplies, but the outbreak of war with Spain delayed his return for 3 years. When White finally returned to Roanoke in 1590, the word Croatoan carved on a post provided the only clue to their fate, referring to a nearby island inhabited by friendly indigenous peoples. However, storms prevented White from investigating further, and the lost colony of Roanoke became one of the enduring mysteries of American colonial history. Despite these failures, Raleigh's Roanoke ventures established important precedents for future English colonization. They demonstrated that permanent settlement was technically feasible, that indigenous peoples might be either allies or enemies, depending on English behavior, and that successful colonization would require sustained financial support and careful planning. The technological foundations for English expansion were also taking definitive shape during Elizabeth's reign, and defensive capabilities of warships. These galleons proved ideally suited for long-distance voyages, capable of defending themselves against pirates and enemy warships, while carrying substantial cargoes of goods or supplies. Navigational improvements during this period included the development of more accurate maps, improved instruments for determining latitude and longitude, and accumulated knowledge of wind patterns, ocean currents, and seasonal weather variations. English mariners gradually acquired the technical skills and practical experience necessary for sustained overseas operations. The establishment of mathematical schools in London and other English ports provided formal training for navigators and ship's officers. These institutions taught the complex calculations required for celestial navigation. By the end of Elizabeth's reign, England possessed a substantial cadre of experienced mariners capable of undertaking voyages to any part of the world. Perhaps most importantly, the Elizabethan era witnessed the development of joint stock companies that would provide the financial foundation for future colonial ventures. These innovative organizations allowed multiple investors to pool their resources and share both the risks and profits of overseas ventures. Company, established in 1555, had proven the viability of the joint stock model for long-distance trade. English trade with North Africa. Each of these ventures contributed to the accumulation of capital, experience, and expertise that would prove crucial for later colonial expansion. The most significant of these early joint stock companies was the East India Company, which received its royal charter from Elizabeth on December 31, 1600, the last day of the 16th century. This company would eventually become the most powerful commercial organization in world history, ruling over territories containing hundreds of millions of people and generating revenues that dwarfed those of most European kingdoms. The accession of James I to the English throne in 1603 brought the union of the English and Scottish crowns under a single monarch. James VI of Scotland, now James I of England, possessed extensive knowledge of European affairs and a sophisticated understanding of international trade and diplomacy. One of James's first major foreign policy initiatives was the negotiation of the Treaty of London in 1604, which ended the long-standing war between England and Spain. This peace agreement fundamentally altered the context for English overseas expansion, shifting the focus from predatory raids against Spanish shipping to the more constructive work of establishing England's own colonial empire. The treaty explicitly recognized English rights to trade and settle in territories not effectively occupied by Spain, providing legal justification for English colonization in North America and other regions beyond direct Spanish control. This diplomatic settlement created the peaceful international environment necessary for sustained colonial development. The Virginia Company, chartered by James I in 1606, represented the first serious attempt to establish a permanent English colony in North America since Raleigh's failed Roanoke ventures. This joint stock company raised substantial capital from London merchants and investors, enabling it to organize a more substantial and better equipped colonial expedition than any previous English effort. The company's charter granted it jurisdiction over a vast territory extending from present-day North Carolina to southern Maine, with the specific goal of establishing profitable settlements that would provide England with valuable raw materials while serving as markets for English manufactured goods. The charter also emphasized the religious mission of bringing Christianity to indigenous peoples, reflecting the Protestant conviction that colonization served divine as well as temporal purposes. Captain Smith emerged as the crucial figure in the survival of England's first permanent North American colony at Jamestown, Virginia. Smith's military background, practical skills, and forceful personality enabled him to impose discipline on the colonists during their desperate early years, when disease, starvation, and conflicts with local indigenous peoples threatened to destroy the settlement entirely. Smith's famous rule that he who does not work does not eat forced gentlemen colonists to abandon their expectations of easy wealth and engage in the hard physical labor necessary for survival. His negotiations with the Powhatan Confederacy, the dominant indigenous power in the region, established a precarious but essential peace that allowed the colony to survive its initial years. The discovery that tobacco could be profitably cultivated in Virginia's climate provided the economic foundation that transformed Jamestown from a struggling outpost into a thriving commercial enterprise. John Rolfe's experiments with tobacco cultivation, beginning around 1612, created a valuable cash crop that would revolutionize not only Virginia's economy but the entire character of English colonization in the Chesapeake region. Tobacco cultivation required intensive labor throughout the growing season, creating an insatiable demand for workers that would fundamentally shape Virginia's social and economic development. Initially, this labor need was met primarily through indentured servant Europeans who agreed to work for a fixed period in exchange for passage to America. However, the harsh climate and demanding nature of tobacco cultivation gradually led planters to prefer enslaved African labor, which they considered more reliable and economically efficient. The success of tobacco cultivation in Virginia demonstrated that English colonies could generate substantial profits through agricultural production, providing a model that would be replicated throughout English America. The Virginia example also established the plantation system that would become central to English colonial society in the southern regions. Religious motivations provided another crucial driving force for English colonization during the early 17th century. The Puritan movement within the Church of England had grown increasingly dissatisfied with what they perceived as the incomplete nature of the English Reformation, arguing that the Church retained too many popish practices and needed further purification. The Mayflower voyage of 1620 brought a group of religious separatists, later known as the Pilgrims, to establish Plymouth Colony in Massachusetts. These colonists, led by William Bradford and others, sought to create a godly community where they could worship according to their understanding of biblical principles without interference from Anglican authority. The Plymouth colonists faced enormous challenges during their first winter in New England, when nearly half of their number died from disease and malnutrition. However, the survivors gradually established a viable community based on agriculture, fishing, and trade with indigenous peoples. Their success demonstrated that English families could establish permanent settlements in the harsh climate of New England. The Massachusetts Bay Colony, founded in 1630 under the leadership of John Winthrop, represented a much more ambitious Puritan project. The Massachusetts Bay Company had obtained a royal charter that effectively allowed them to establish self-governing communities in New England, free from the religious and political constraints they faced in England. Winthrop's famous sermon, a model of Christian charity, delivered aboard the Arbella during the voyage to New England, articulated the Puritan vision of their colonial mission. He declared that their settlement would be as a city upon a hill, serving as an example of godly government and Christian community for the entire world to observe and emulate. The Great Migration of the 1630s brought approximately 20,000 English Puritans to New England, creating a substantial English population with distinctly English cultural and religious characteristics. These migrants included families from all social levels, ensuring that New England communities would have balanced demographics and stable social structures from their inception. Unlike the Virginia colonies, which focused primarily on tobacco cultivation for export, New England settlements developed diverse economies based on agriculture, fishing, shipbuilding, and trade. The rocky soil and harsh climate made large-scale plantation agriculture impractical, encouraging the development of small family farms and artisan craft. The English Civil War, which erupted in 1642, had profound implications for colonial development throughout English America. The conflict between Parliament and King Charles I disrupted the normal flow of governmental oversight and communication between England and its colonies, forcing colonial communities to develop greater self-reliance and autonomous institutions. Many English Puritans, who might otherwise have migrated to New England, instead remained in England to participate in the religious and political reforms they hoped to achieve through parliamentary victory. This reduction in migration forced existing colonial communities to focus on natural population growth and economic development rather than continued expansion through immigration. The period of reduced English oversight during the Civil War years allowed colonial assemblies to assume greater authority over local affairs, establishing precedents for self-government that would prove difficult to reverse when royal authority was restored. Colonial communities developed their own military forces, negotiated independently with indigenous people, and established trade relationships with foreign powers, while mainland North America attracted attention for its potential as a refuge for religious dissenters and a source of agricultural products. England's Caribbean ventures proved far more immediately profitable and economically significant. The establishment of successful colonies on St. Kitts, 1624, Barbados, 1627, Nevis, 1628, and other Caribbean islands created the foundation for England's most lucrative colonial enterprises. The initial decades of English Caribbean colonization focused on the cultivation of tobacco, cotton, and food crops, using primarily European indentured labor. These early settlements struggled with high mortality rates due to tropical diseases, conflicts with Spanish and French rivals, and the challenges of establishing agricultural systems adapted to Caribbean conditions. The transformation of the English Caribbean began with the sugar revolution of the 1640s, which fundamentally altered the economic and social character of these colonies. The introduction of sugarcane cultivation, with technical assistance from Dutch merchants and Sephardic Jewish refugees from Portuguese Brazil, created unprecedented opportunities for wealth accumulation. Sugar cultivation required substantial initial investments in land, processing equipment, and labor, but offered enormous profits for successful planters. A well-managed sugar plantation could generate annual profits of 20 to 30% on invested capital, making sugar cultivation one of the most profitable enterprises in the Atlantic world. The technical complexity of sugar production necessitated year-round intensive labor, as sugarcane had to be harvested and processed within hours of cutting to prevent spoilage. This demanding schedule, combined with the harsh physical demands of plantation labor in a tropical climate, created an insatiable demand for workers that could not be met through voluntary European migration. The transition from indentured European labor to enslaved African labor occurred gradually during the middle decades of the 17th century. Initially, sugar planters employed both indentured servants and enslaved Africans, but the economic advantages of slave labor, particularly the fact that enslaved workers could be held for life rather than just a few years, gradually led to the predominance of slavery throughout the English Caribbean. The Royal African Company, chartered in 1672, received a monopoly on supplying enslaved Africans to English colonies, establishing the institutional framework for England's participation in the Atlantic slave trade. This company maintained fortified trading posts along the West African coast, purchased enslaved people from African merchants and rulers, and transported them across the Atlantic to Caribbean and mainland American markets. The profits generated by Caribbean sugar plantations were truly extraordinary, making Barbados and Jamaica among the most valuable territories in the entire English Empire. Individual sugar planters accumulated fortunes that rivaled those of English nobles, while the colonial governments generated substantial tax revenues that supported imperial administration and defense. The wealth flowing from Caribbean sugar helped establish London as Europe's leading financial center. The complex financial networks required to support sugar cultivation, including long-term credit for plantation development, insurance for ships and cargoes, and mechanisms for international payments, contributed to the development of sophisticated financial institutions that would serve the broader empire. The social consequences of the sugar revolution were equally profound. The emergence of a plantation economy based on enslaved labor created rigid racial hierarchies that would persist long after the abolition of slavery. White planters developed elaborate ideologies justifying slavery and racial oppression, African traditions with American experiences. The demographic transformation of the English Caribbean was remarkable in its speed and scope. Barbados, which had been populated entirely by Europeans and indigenous peoples in 1640, was approximately 80% African or African descended by 1680. Similar patterns emerged throughout the English Caribbean, creating societies with African majorities ruled by small European minorities. England's involvement in the Atlantic slave trade began during the Elizabethan era, but reached its peak during the 17th and 18th centuries, when English ships transported approximately 1/3 of all enslaved Africans carried across the Atlantic. This massive forced migration fundamentally shaped the development of English colonies throughout the Americas and generated enormous profits that helped finance imperial expansion. The Royal African Company's monopoly on the English slave trade, established in 1672, represented an attempt to regulate and systematize England's participation in this lucrative but morally troubling commerce. The company established fortified trading posts at strategic locations along the West African coast, Cape Coast Castle. Company's operations depended on complex relationships with African political authorities and commercial networks. European slave traders could not simply capture Africans themselves, but had to purchase enslaved people from African merchants, who controlled the supply networks extending into the interior of the continent. These transactions involved sophisticated negotiations over prices, payment methods, slave trade. Ships designed to carry enslaved Africans were configured to maximize the number of people transported, with little regard for their comfort, health, or survival. Mortality rates during the Middle Passage averaged 15 to 20%, meaning that millions of Africans died before reaching American shores. The conditions aboard slave ships were almost indescribably brutal. Enslaved people were chained together in spaces barely large enough for them to lie down, with inadequate food, water, and sanitation facilities. Disease spread rapidly in these overcrowded conditions. While many enslaved people died from despair, malnutrition, being torn from their families and communities, the removal of the Royal African Company's monopoly between 1688 and 1712 opened the slave trade to independent English merchants. Bristol, Liverpool, and London emerged as the principal centers of the English slave trade, with entire commercial districts devoted to the financing, outfitting, and supply of slaving voyages. The profits from slave trading permeated English society, extending far beyond the merchants directly involved in the trade. Shipbuilders, textile manufacturers, metalworkers, banks, and insurance companies developed specialized services for slave traders, while the profits from slave trading were invested in a wide range of economic activities. The integration of enslaved labor into English colonial society created complex social and cultural dynamics that would influence imperial development for generations. Enslaved Africans brought with them diverse languages, acts of defiance to organized rebellions that threatened the stability of entire colonies. The Stono Rebellion in South Carolina, 1739, the New York Conspiracy, 1741, and Dignity. The cultural creativity of enslaved communities produced new forms of music, art, literature, and religious expression that blended African traditions with American experiences. These cultural innovations would eventually influence broader American and British culture. Colonization proceeded in the Americas. England also began its fateful involvement in Asian affairs through the activities of the East India Company, chartered by Elizabeth I on December 31, 1600. This organization initially focused on challenging Dutch and Drugstes control of the lucrative spice trade in Southeast Asia. The company's early voyages to the East Indies met with mixed success, as Dutch naval superiority and established trading networks made competition in the Spice Islands extremely difficult. The Dutch East India Company possessed superior financial resources, more advanced shipbuilding technology. East India Company gradually shifted its focus from the East Indies to the Indian subcontinent, where the declining power of the Mughal Empire created opportunities for European spacious merchants to establish independent trading posts. The company's first permanent foothold in India was established at Surat in 1608, where company representatives negotiated trading privileges with local Mughal officials. The company's strategy in India followed a consistent pattern: initial commercial agreements with local rulers, followed by the establishment of fortified trading posts that could defend company property and personnel, and eventually the assumption of political control over surrounding territories. This gradual expansion of company authority would ultimately lead to British control over the entire subcontinent. The acquisition of Bombay from Portugal in 1661, as part of Catherine of Braganza's dowry when she married Charles II, provided the company with its first territorial possession in India. Bombay's excellent natural harbor made it an ideal base for maritime operations, while its location on the western coast of India positioned it perfectly for trade with the 15 Arabian Peninsula and East Africa. The establishment of Fort St. George at Madras in 1640 and the founding of Calcutta in 1690 completed the company's basic infrastructure in India. These three presidency cities, Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta, would serve as the administrative centers for British rule in India for the next 3 centuries. The company's transformation from a purely commercial organization into a political and military power began during the late 17th century, as the decline of Mughal authority created power vacuums that European companies attempted to fill. The company's private armies, composed primarily of Indian sepoys under British officers, rulers. The Anglo-Mughal War of 1686 to 1690 marked an important watershed in the company's evolution, demonstrating its willingness to use military force against even the most powerful Asian authority. Though this conflict ended inconclusively, it established the precedent for the company's later military interventions in Indian politics. The company's commercial success in India generated enormous profits that attracted investors throughout Europe and provided the financial foundation for further expansion. Indian textiles, spices, precious stones. While the company's territorial revenues supplemented its trading profits, by 1707, East India Company had established the foundations for what would become the largest territorial empire in world history. Forces, and had demonstrated its ability to compete successfully with European rivals. The restoration of the monarchy in 1660 brought renewed royal attention to colonial affairs after the disruptions of the Civil War and Commonwealth period. Charles II and his advisors recognized the enormous economic and strategic value of overseas possessions and sought to create more systematic approaches to colonial administration and development. The capture of New Amsterdam from the Dutch in 1664, which was renamed New York in honor of the Duke of York, later James II, represented a significant expansion of English influence in North America. This acquisition gave England control over the excellent harbor of Manhattan Island and connected the New England and Chesapeake regions under unified English authority. The establishment of Pennsylvania in 1681, granted to William Penn as payment for debts owed to his father, created a unique colonial experiment in religious toleration and representative government. Penn's holy experiment attracted thousands of European migrants seeking religious freedom and economic opportunity, while his fair dealings with indigenous peoples initially established peaceful relationships on the Pennsylvania frontier. The Carolina colonies, granted to 8 proprietors in 1663, represented an attempt to extend English settlement into the subtropical regions of North America. The northern portion of Carolina developed tobacco cultivation similar to Virginia, while southern Carolina, later South Carolina, became a major center for rice cultivation and eventually became economically integrated with the Caribbean sugar colonies. The establishment of these new colonies created a continuous English presence along the North American coast from Maine to South Carolina, with only minor Dutch and Swedish settlements interrupting English territorial continuity. This expansion demonstrated England's commitment to becoming the dominant European power in North America. Colonial population growth during this period was remarkable, driven by both continued migration from Europe and natural increase among established colonial families. Virginia's population grew from approximately 8,000 in 1642 over 60,000 by 1700, while New England's population increased from about 14,000 to over 90,000 during the same period. The development of distinctive colonial cultures during this period reflected the diverse origins and experiences of English settlers in different regions. New England Puritanism created communities emphasizing education, moral discipline, and democratic participation in church and town governance. The Chesapeake colonies developed a more hierarchical society based on tobacco cultivation and slave labor. The Middle colonies attracted diverse European populations and developed more tolerant and commercially oriented society. Trade relationships between England and its colonies became increasingly sophisticated and profitable during the late 17th century. The Navigation Acts, passed beginning in 1651, required that colonial trade be conducted in English ships and that certain valuable commodities be shipped exclusively to England. These regulations ensured that imperial commerce contributed to English prosperity while providing colonial manufactured goods. The development of triangular trade networks linking Europe, Africa, and the Americas created complex commercial relationships that bound the English Empire together through economic interdependence. Ships might carry manufactured goods from England to Africa, enslaved people from Africa to the Americas, and colonial products from the Americas back to England, generating profits at each stage of the journey. Colonial resistance to imperial regulations began to emerge during this period as colonial merchants and planters developed economic interests that sometimes conflicted with imperial policies. Smuggling became common, particularly in trade with non-English colonies, while colonial assemblies began asserting their rights to control taxation and expenditure within their jurisdictions. The Glorious Revolution of 1688, which brought William and Mary to the English throne, had profound implications for colonial development. The overthrow of James II was replicated in several colonies, where unpopular governors were removed and more representative institutions established. This experience demonstrated that colonial political development was intimately connected with English constitutional evolution. King William's War 1689-1697 and Queen Anne's War 1702-1713 tested the ability of English colonies to defend themselves against French and Spanish attacks while contributing to imperial military efforts. These conflicts demonstrated both the strategic value of colonial territories and the military potential of colonial populations, while also revealing the challenges of coordinating defense across such vast distances. As we reach the conclusion of this first part of our journey through the origins and early expansion of what would become the British Empire, we have witnessed the transformation of a small island kingdom into a global maritime power with possessions spanning from the frozen wilderness of Hudson Bay to the tropical plantations of Barbados, from the ancient trading cities of India to the expanding settlements of North America. The Act of Union in 1707 created the Kingdom of Great Britain, merging the English and Scottish crowns under a single parliament and unified administration that would prove far more powerful than the sum of its parts. This political consolidation provided the new British state with enhanced resources, a broader range of talents, and a clearer sense of national purpose that would drive imperial expansion for the next 2 centuries. Scotland brought to this union a remarkable tradition of scholarship, commerce, and exploration that would enrich British imperial capabilities immeasurably. Scottish universities had long emphasized practical education in mathematics, engineering, and natural philosophy, producing graduates ideally suited for colonial administration, military service, and commercial ventures. Scottish merchants possessed extensive networks throughout Europe and beyond, while Scottish soldiers had earned reputations for courage and discipline in conflicts across the continent. The merger of English folklore with Scottish expertise and ambition created a formidable foundation for imperial expansion that neither kingdom could have achieved independently. English trading posts and settlements provided the territorial base, while Scottish knowledge and enterprise supplied much of the human talent that would transform these modest beginnings into a global empire. The War of the Spanish Succession, which had begun in 1701 and continued until 1714, provided Great Britain with its first major test as a unified power. This global conflict pitted Britain against the combined forces of France and Spain, testing the new kingdom's ability to coordinate naval, military, and diplomatic efforts across multiple theaters simultaneously. British naval power proved decisive in this struggle, as the Royal Navy successfully challenged French maritime supremacy and protected British trade routes while disrupting enemy commerce. The capture of Gibraltar in 1704 by Anglo-Dutch forces under Sir George Rooke provided Britain with a permanent naval base commanding the entrance to the Mediterranean Sea, a strategic position that would anchor British power in that vital region. For centuries to come, the Treaty of Utrecht, concluded in 1714 after 13 years of warfare, brought Britain territorial gains that would prove crucial for future imperial development. From France, Britain acquired Newfoundland and Acadia, later renamed Nova Scotia, significantly strengthening British control over the North Atlantic fisheries and the sea routes to North America. These acquisitions also provided strategic bases for future operations against French Canada and French naval forces in American waters from Spain. Britain gained the island of Minorca in the Mediterranean, further reinforcing British naval dominance in that sea, while the retention of Gibraltar ensured permanent British control over access between the Atlantic and Mediterranean. These Mediterranean bases would prove invaluable during subsequent conflicts, providing secure harbors for British fleets operating against French and Spanish naval forces. Perhaps most controversially, but also most profitably, the treaty granted Britain the Asinto, the exclusive contract to supply enslaved Africans to Spanish colonies in the Americas. This agreement, valid for 30 years, provided British slave traders with legal access to the enormous Spanish-American market while generating substantial revenues for the British government through licensing fees and customs duties. The Asinto represented a triumph of British diplomacy and naval power, forcing Spain to abandon its traditional policy of excluding foreign merchants from American trade. British ships could now legally enter Spanish-American ports, providing opportunities not only for the official slave trade, but also for extensive smuggling of manufactured goods and other commodities that Spanish law theoretically prohibited. The South Sea Company, established in 1711 to exploit the opportunities created by the Asinto. Though the company's involvement in the famous South Sea Bubble of 1720 would temporarily damage its reputation, the underlying profits from the Spanish-American trade provided substantial returns for British investors while demonstrating the enormous potential of overseas commerce. During the decades following the Treaty of Utrecht, British merchants and administrators worked systematically to consolidate and expand the. In North America, British colonial populations grew rapidly through both natural increase and continued immigration from Europe, creating demographic foundations for future territorial expansion. The establishment of Georgia in 1732, the last of the original 13 colonies, represented both a strategic response to Spanish expansion from Florida and a social experiment in creating opportunities for Britain's deserving poor. James Oglethorpe's vision of Georgia as a haven for debtors and other unfortunates reflected Enlightenment ideas about social improvement through environmental change. Georgia's strategic location between Spanish Florida and British South Carolina made it a crucial buffer territory in the ongoing imperial competition between Britain and Spain. The colony's founders deliberately recruited Protestant refugees from continental Europe, particularly Germans and Swiss, creating a religiously motivated population committed to defending British interests against Catholic Spain. The gradual expansion of British settlement westward from the Atlantic coast brought British colonists into increasing contact with French traders and missionaries operating from bases in Canada and Louisiana. This expansion created numerous opportunities for conflict as British and French imperial interests collided along an enormous frontier. To expand through both territorial acquisition and commercial penetration. The capture of Jamaica from Spain in 1655 had provided Britain with its largest and most valuable Caribbean colony, ideally positioned for trade with Spanish America and for naval operations throughout the region. Jamaica's transformation into a major sugar producer during the early British planters and merchants, while creating an insatiable demand for enslaved African labor. The island's strategic location made it a natural center for both legal and illegal trade with Spanish America, contributing significantly to British commercial penetration of nominally closed Spanish markets. Sugar industry during this period created what historians have termed a sugar empire that generated more immediate wealth than any other part of the British colonial system. Barbados, Jamaica, the Leeward Islands, and other British Caribbean territories produced sugar, molasses, and rum that found eager markets throughout. As Europe's leading financial center, as plantation revenues were invested in banking, insurance, shipping, and manufacturing enterprises, the complex financial networks required to support sugar cultivation, including long-term credit for plantation development, insurance for ships and cargoes, and mechanisms for international payments, contributed to the development of sophisticated financial institutions that would serve the broader empire, while British expansion in the Americas proceeded through territorial settlement and plantation development, on commercial penetration and gradual political control. The East India Company's evolution from a purely trading organization into a territorial power represented one of the most remarkable transformations in imperial history. The company's operations in India during the early 18th century were still primarily commercial, focused on purchasing Indian textiles, spices, and other valuable goods for export to European markets. However, the gradual decline of Mughal authority throughout India created opportunities for European companies to assume political functions that indigenous authorities could no longer effectively perform. The company's three main settlements, Calcutta in Bengal, Madras on the southeastern coast, and Bombay on the western coast served as fortified trading centers where company officials negotiated with local merchants and rulers while maintaining the military forces necessary to protect company property and personnel. The transformation of these trading posts into territorial bases occurred gradually. As Mughal control weakened, the company found itself drawn into local political conflicts, forming alliances with various Indian rulers while building the military capabilities necessary to defend its interests. The company's private armies, composed primarily of Indian sepoys, trained and equipped according to European military standards. These armies combined the numerical advantages of local recruitment with the technological superiority of European weapons and tactics, creating military forces capable of competing with any power in the subcontinent. The Carnatic Wars, fought between British and French forces in southern India during the 1740s and 1750s. These conflicts, which were connected to the broader European wars of the period, established the precedent for using Indian resources and manpower in global imperial competition. Robert Clive emerged during these conflicts as the most capable British military commander in India, demonstrating remarkable abilities in both conventional warfare and the complex negotiations required for successful alliance building with Indian rulers. His victories at Artsote 1751 and other engagements established his reputation while proving that small European forces could achieve dramatic successes through superior tactics and effective use of Indian allies. The company's commercial operations continued to expand throughout this period, as British merchants developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of Indian market and production system. The textile trade remained the most important component of Indo-British commerce, with Indian cotton goods finding eager markets throughout Europe, Africa, and the Americas. The company's involvement in the China trade, though still limited during this period, began to assume greater importance as British demand for tea, silk, and porcelain grew. The development of the Canton trade, where European merchants were restricted to a small area outside the city, established patterns of Sino-European commerce that would persist for over a century. The profits from Asian trade contributed significantly to British capital accumulation during the early 18th century, providing resources for investment in manufacturing, shipping, and further imperial expansion. The company's regular dividend payments to shareholders, combined with the personal fortunes accumulated by company officials, helped finance British economic development while demonstrating the enormous potential of overseas commerce. The 7 Years' War represented the first truly global conflict in human history, with British and French forces fighting simultaneously in Europe, North America, the Caribbean, India, Africa, and the Philippines. This worldwide struggle would transform Britain from a significant colonial power into the dominant global empire, establishing British supremacy that would persist for the next century and a half. The war's origins lay in the increasing tension between British and French imperial interests across multiple continents. In North America, in India, Indus had already produced several conflicts over commercial privileges and territorial control. The European phase of the conflict began with Frederick the Great's invasion of Saxony in 1756, triggering a continental war that pitted Prussia and Britain against France, Austria, and Russia. However, for Britain, the European theater remained secondary to the imperial struggle against colonial resources and global commerce. Rather than committing massive resources to continental European campaigns, Britain focused on achieving naval supremacy that would allow British forces to operate freely while preventing French reinforcement and supply of overseas territory. The Royal Navy's achievement of decisive naval superiority proved crucial to British success throughout the war. British fleets successfully challenged French naval power in every ocean, intercepting French supply lines, preventing French reinforcements from reaching embattled colonies, and supporting British military operations through amphibious assaults on enemy positions in North America. Monongahela River, 1755, demonstrating the challenges of fighting in American wilderness conditions. However, British strategy gradually adapted to American circumstances, while British resources began to overwhelm French capabilities. The appointment of William Pitt as British War Minister in 1757 marked a turning point in British fortunes, as Pitt's aggressive strategy and willingness to spend enormous sums on military operations began to produce decisive results. Pitt's famous declaration that he would conquer America in Germany reflected his understanding that British naval superiority could neutralize French advantages in European land warfare. The capture of Louisbourg in 1758 by British forces under Geoffrey Amherst opened the sea route to the St. Lawrence River, setting the stage for the assault on the heart of French Canada. This massive fortress, known as the Gibraltar of North America, had guarded the approaches to Quebec for decades, and its fall demonstrated the effectiveness of combined British naval and military operations. General James Wolfe's dramatic victory at the Battle of the Plains of Abraham in September 1759 resulted in the capture of Quebec and effectively ended French power in North America east of the Mississippi River. Wolfe's death in the moment of victory transformed him into a romantic hero of British imperial expansion, while his tactical brilliance demonstrated the superiority of British military training and leadership. The fall of Montreal in 1760 completed the British conquest of New France, eliminating France as a major rival in North American colonization and opening vast territories for future British settlement. The conquest of Canada represented one of the most significant territorial acquisitions in British imperial history, adding millions of square miles to British dominions while securing the northern frontier of existing British colonies. British success in the Caribbean proved equally dramatic, as British naval superiority allowed amphibious assaults on major French sugar islands. The capture of Guadeloupe, Martinique, and other valuable French colonies demonstrated Britain's ability to project naval power throughout the Atlantic, while generating enormous wealth through the seizure of profitable plantation territories. In India, Robert Clive's stunning victory at the Battle of Plassey in June 1757 established the East India Company as the dominant power in Bengal, India's wealthiest province. This triumph, achieved through a combination of military skill and sophisticated political maneuvering, transformed the company from a commercial organization into a territorial ruler capable of competing with European armies. The Battle of Plassey resulted from complex negotiations between Clive and various Bengali nobles who had grown dissatisfied with the Nawab Siraj Uddaullah's policy. Clive's ability to forge an alliance with key Bengali leaders while maintaining military pressure demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of Indian politics that would characterize British expansion throughout the subcontinent. The acquisition of Bengal provided the East India Company with access to enormous territorial revenues that would finance British expansion throughout Asia, while supporting British military operations across the globe. Bengali tax revenues, collected through traditional Mughal administrative systems, supplemented the company's commercial profits and provided resources for maintaining large military forces. British victories in Africa, though less dramatically visible than successes in America and Asia, proved equally significant for the global balance of power. The capture of French trading posts in Senegal and other West African locations disrupted French participation in the Atlantic slave trade while providing Britain with additional bases for commercial and military operations. The global scope of British victory during the 7 Years' War reflected the successful coordination of naval, military, and diplomatic efforts across vast distances. British commanders demonstrated remarkable ability to adapt to local conditions, while maintaining strategic coherence across multiple theaters of operation. The Treaty of Paris, signed in February 1763, confirmed Britain's emergence as the world's dominant imperial power while establishing territorial arrangements that would influence global politics for generations. France ceded all of New France to Britain, including Canada and Louisiana east of the Mississippi River, while Spain surrendered Florida in exchange for Cuba, which British forces had captured during the war. In India, French influence was restricted to a few small trading posts under British oversight, effectively ending French hopes of establishing territorial control over any significant portion of the subcontinent. The company's dominance in Bengal was confirmed, providing the foundation for further British expansion throughout India. These territorial gains transformed the British Empire into a truly global entity spanning every continent and ocean. British dominions now extended from the frozen wilderness of Hudson Bay to the tropical plantations of the Caribbean, from the ancient cities of India to the expanding settlements of North America, creating an empire upon which, as contemporaries observed, the sun never set. The enormous territorial acquisitions resulting from the 7 Years' War created unprecedented challenges for British imperial administration. The empire that emerged from the war was vastly larger and more diverse than anything Britain had previously attempted to govern, requiring new approaches to administration, defense, and economic integration. The Proclamation of 1763 represented Britain's first systematic attempt to organize the territory gained from France, while addressing the complex relationships between British colonists, French inhabitants, and indigenous peoples. The proclamation established civil governments in Quebec, East Florida, West Florida, British settlement and trade in the vast territories beyond the Appalachian Mountains. The creation of the Proclamation Line, which prohibited British colonial settlement west of the Appalachian watershed, reflected British understanding that uncontrolled expansion would inevitably lead to conflicts with indigenous peoples that the imperial government would be required to resolve through expensive military interventions. However, the Proclamation Line also created immediate tensions with British colonists who had expected Western to provide economic opportunities and land for growing colonial populations. Virginia planters, Pennsylvania traders, and other colonial interests had developed extensive plans for Western development that the proclamation seemed to prohibit indefinitely. The Quebec Act of 1774 attempted to address the challenges of governing the former French population of Canada while maintaining their loyalty to the British Crown. The Act preserved French civil law, protected Catholic religious practices, and maintained the seigneurial system of land tenure, demonstrating British willingness to accommodate local traditions when necessary for effective governance. However, these accommodations to French-Canadian interests created additional tensions with British colonists who viewed the protection of Catholicism and French legal traditions as threats to British Protestant institutions. The Quebec Act became one of the intolerable acts that contributed to colonial resistance during the Imperial crisis of the 1770s. The enormous costs of the 7 Years' War, combined with the ongoing expenses of defending and administering vastly expanded territories, forced the British government to seek new sources of revenue from colonial territories. The war had nearly doubled Britain's national debt, while the costs of maintaining military forces in North America, the Caribbean, and India continued to strain the imperial treasury. The Sugar Act of 1764 represented the first systematic attempt to raise revenue from the American colonies through more effective enforcement of trade regulations. The act reduced duties on molasses while establishing new mechanisms for preventing smuggling and ensuring that colonial trade contributed to imperial revenue. The Stamp Act of 1765 marked a more dramatic departure from traditional imperial policy by imposing direct taxes on colonial legal documents, newspapers, and other printed materials. This internal taxation provoked fierce colonial resistance based on the principle that British subjects could not be taxed without representation in Parliament. Colonial opposition to the Stamp Act demonstrated the growing political sophistication of American colonial society, while revealing fundamental disagreements about the nature of imperial authority. The Stamp Act Congress, which brought together representatives from 9 colonies, established precedents for intercolonial cooperation that would prove crucial during the subsequent imperial crisis. The Townshend Acts of 1767 attempted to avoid the constitutional objections raised against the Stamp Act by imposing external duties on imported goods rather than direct internal taxes. However, colonial resistance to these measures proved equally fierce, demonstrating that the fundamental issue was not the form of taxation, but the principle of colonial consent to imperial policies. The development of colonial resistance organizations, particularly the Sons of Liberty and other popular movements, created new forms of political mobilization that challenged traditional patterns of imperial authority. These organizations coordinated boycotts of British goods, organized protests against imperial policies, and created networks of communication that linked colonial communities across vast distances. The Boston Massacre of March 1770, though involving only a handful of casualties, became a powerful symbol of British oppression that colonial propagandists used effectively to mobilize anti-imperial sentiment. The incident demonstrated how local conflicts could be transformed into imperial crises through effective use of print media and political organization. Meanwhile, the East India Company's territorial expansion in India continued to accelerate, driven by the enormous revenues generated by control over Bengal and the strategic necessities of defending company interests against both indigenous rivals and European competitors. The company's transformation from a commercial organization into a territorial ruler created new opportunities for wealth accumulation while generating new responsibilities for governance and defense. The Battle of Buxar in 1764 confirmed British supremacy in northeastern India, while establishing the company's right to collect revenues throughout Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. This acquisition of Diwani rights, the authority to collect taxes and administer civil justice, provided the company with territorial revenues that dwarfed its commercial profit. Warren Hastings emerged during this period as the most capable British administrator in India, demonstrating remarkable abilities in both military command and civil governance. His reforms of company administration, though controversial in Britain, established more systematic approaches to territorial governance while maintaining the company's commercial profitability. The Mysore Wars, beginning in the 1760s, demonstrated the ongoing challenges of British expansion in southern India, while revealing the military capabilities of indigenous rulers who had adopted European military technologies and tactics. Hyder Ali and his son Tipu Sultan proved formidable opponents who required sustained British military efforts to defeat the company's expansion throughout India. During this period followed patterns established in Bengal: initial commercial agreements with local rulers, followed by military intervention in local conflict, and eventually the assumption of direct territorial control. This gradual process of expansion created a patchwork of directly administered territories and tributary states that would characterize British rule in India for the next century. The outbreak of armed conflict at Lexington and Concord in April 1775 marked the beginning of the greatest crisis in British imperial history up to that point. The American Revolution represented far more than a colonial rebellion. It was a fundamental challenge to imperial authority that would test Britain's ability to maintain control over distant territories while fighting determined local populations. Supported by European rivals, the initial British response to colonial resistance reflected serious misunderstanding of both the depth of American opposition and the practical challenges of suppressing rebellion across such vast distances. British policymakers assumed that decisive military action would quickly restore imperial authority, while isolating radical elements from the generally loyal colonial population. The Second Continental Congress, convening in Philadelphia in May, gradually evolved from a coordinating body for colonial resistance into a de facto national government capable of organizing military forces, conducting diplomacy, and mobilizing resources for sustained warfare. The Congress's decision to appoint George Washington as Commander-in-Chief demonstrated colonial commitment to unified resistance under experienced military leadership. Washington's strategic understanding of the conflict proved crucial to American success, as he recognized that American forces could not defeat British armies in conventional battles, but could succeed through avoiding decisive defeats while maintaining popular support and waiting for international assistance. The Declaration of Independence, adopted in July 1776, transformed the imperial crisis from a dispute over colonial rights within the British Empire into a war for complete independence and the creation of a new nation. The Declaration's assertion that all men are created equal with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness challenged not only British imperial authority, but the fundamental premises of 18th century monarchical government. The international dimensions of the American Revolution proved decisive in determining its outcome. France's entry into the war in 1778, motivated by desires for revenge against Britain and opportunities to recover territories lost during the 7 Years' War, transformed a colonial rebellion into a global conflict that stretched British resources beyond their limits. Spanish entry into the war in 1779, followed by Dutch participation in 1780, forced Britain to defend territories and interests across multiple continents while maintaining naval supremacy against the combined fleets of three major European powers. The global scope of the conflict made it impossible for Britain to concentrate overwhelming force against American rebels. French naval support proved particularly crucial to American success, as French fleets challenged British naval supremacy in American waters while providing the amphibious capabilities necessary for combined operations against British positions. The French naval victory at the Battle of the Chesapeake in September 1781 made possible the decisive siege of Yorktown that effectively ended British hopes of suppressing the American rebellion. The surrender of Lord Cornwallis at Yorktown in October 1781 marked the end of major British military operations in North America, while demonstrating colonial populations could successfully resist imperial authority when supported by European allies and unified under effective political leadership. The Treaty of Paris, signed in September 1783, formally recognized American independence while establishing territorial boundaries that gave the new United States control over the vast territories between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. For Britain, the loss of the 13 American colonies represented the most significant imperial setback since the Norman conquest. The implications of American independence extended far beyond the loss of territory and population. The success of the American Revolution demonstrated that colonial populations could successfully challenge imperial authority, providing a model for future independence movements throughout the British Empire and other European colonial systems. The economic consequences of American independence were initially severe for Britain, as the loss of protected American markets disrupted established patterns of imperial trade, while American competition threatened British merchants in international market. However, the resumption of Anglo-American trade after 1783 demonstrated not necessarily destroy profitable commercial relationships. The loss of the American colonies forced Britain to fundamentally reconsider its imperial strategy and identify new directions for expansion and development. Rather than abandoning imperial ambitions, British policymakers redirected their attention toward Asia, Africa, and the Pacific, developing new approaches to imperial control that would prove more durable than the system that had failed in America. The Government of India Act of 1784 represented the first systematic attempt to regulate the East India Company's territorial responsibilities while maintaining its commercial functions. The Act established the Board of Control, headed by a cabinet minister, to oversee the company's political and military activities, while allowing the company to continue its commercial operations under private management. This dual system of control, though complex and sometimes contradictory, provided mechanisms for ensuring that the company's territorial expansion served broader British imperial interests rather than merely private commercial profits. The system also established precedents for government oversight of imperial administration that would influence British colonial policy for generations. Warren Hastings's impeachment trial, which dominated British politics from 1788 to 1795, reflected growing British concern about the moral implications of imperial expansion while establishing important precedents for the accountability of imperial administrators. Determination to ensure that imperial rule served moral as well as material purposes. The expansion of British influence in India accelerated dramatically during the late 18th century. Paramountcy throughout the subcontinent. The subsidiary alliance system, developed by Lord Wellesley after 1798, allowed Indian rulers to maintain nominal independence in exchange for accepting British control over their foreign relations and military affairs. The defeat of Tipu Sultan in 1799 eliminated the last significant indigenous challenge to British expansion in southern India, while demonstrating the overwhelming technological and organizational advantages that European military systems possessed over traditional Asian armies. But British resources and expertise ultimately proved decisive. The Maratha War, extending from the 1770s through the 1810s, gradually established British control over central India, while eliminating the Maratha Confederacy as a significant rival to British expansion. These conflicts demonstrated both the military capabilities of indigenous Indian states and the relentless pressure of British territorial expansion throughout the subcontinent. British expansion in the Pacific began during this period with Captain James Cook's 3 voyages of exploration between 1768 and 1779. Cook's detailed mapping of the Pacific Island, his exploration of the Australian and New Zealand coast, and his search for the Northwest Passage provided Britain with invaluable geographical knowledge, while establishing British claims to vast new territories. The establishment of the penal colony at Botany Bay in 1788 marked the beginning of British settlement in Australia, providing a solution to Britain's overcrowded prisons while establishing a British presence in the Pacific. South Wales gradually expanded beyond its original penal functions as free settlers arrived, and as the economic potential of Australian wool, wheat, and later gold was realized. Substantial revenues for both colonists and the imperial treasury. The exploration of the Australian interior by figures such as Matthew Flinders, who completed the first circumnavigation of the continent, provided detailed geographical knowledge while establishing the continental scope of British territorial claims. These explorations demonstrated that Australia was indeed a continent rather than a collection of islands, opening possibilities for extensive settlement and economic development. British involvement in the South Pacific trade networks expanded rapidly during this period, as British merchants established trading relationships with Pacific Island peoples, while British naval forces suppressed piracy and maintained the security necessary for commercial development. The sandalwood trade, the Bactamare trade, and early whaling operations provided economic foundations for British expansion throughout the Pacific. The development of British commercial relationships with China began to assume greater importance. During this period, as British demand for tea, silk, and porcelain continued to grow, while Chinese authorities maintained restrictive policies that limited European access to Chinese market. The Canton trade system, which confined European merchants to a small area outside Canton under Chinese supervision, created tensions that would eventually lead to more aggressive British policies. The expansion of British influence in the Indian Ocean proceeded through the establishment of strategic bases and commercial relationships rather than large-scale territorial acquisition. The acquisition of Ceylon from the Dutch in 1796 provided Britain with a strategic position controlling the sea routes between India and Southeast Asia, while establishing British influence over the valuable cinnamon trade, the Cape Colony, seized from the Dutch during the Napoleonic Wars, provided Britain with control over the crucial sea route between Europe and Asia, while establishing a strategic base for operations throughout the southern Indian Ocean. The Cape's position at the southern tip of Africa made it an essential way station for ships traveling to and from India. The resumption of war with France in 1803 created the greatest threat to British security and imperial power since the Spanish Armada of 1588. Napoleon Bonaparte's continental system attempted to exclude British trade from European markets, striking directly at the commercial foundations of British imperial power while threatening to create a French-dominated European empire that could challenge British global supremacy. Napoleon's imperial ambitions extended far beyond Europe, as demonstrated by his invasion of Egypt in 1798 and his ongoing efforts to establish French influence in India, the Caribbean, and other regions of strategic importance to Britain. The French emperor understood that ultimate victory over Britain would require challenging British control of global trade routes and colonial territories. Britain's response to the Napoleonic challenge demonstrated the increasing integration of imperial and European strategy as British policymakers recognized that imperial security depended upon preventing any single power from achieving dominance over continental Europe. The subsidies Britain provided to European coalitions fighting Napoleon were financed largely through the profits of imperial trade and territorial revenues. The Royal Navy's victory at Trafalgar in October 1805 ensured British command of the seas while eliminating the immediate threat of French invasion of the British Isles. Admiral Nelson's famous signal, "England expects that every man will do his duty," became a rallying cry for the entire British Empire, symbolizing the determination that would ultimately defeat Napoleon's imperial ambitions. The significance of Trafalgar extended far beyond the immediate military victory, as British naval supremacy protected imperial trade routes while preventing French reinforcement of overseas territories, and leadership had achieved decisive superiority over all potential rivals. The economic warfare of the Napoleonic period accelerated changes in imperial trade patterns while demonstrating the global reach of British commercial network. Excluded from many European markets by Napoleon's continental system, British merchants expanded their activities in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, developing new markets that would remain important long after the European conflict ended. The opening of Latin American markets to British trade, resulting from the disruption of Spanish colonial administration during the Napoleonic Wars, provided British merchants with access to vast new opportunities for selling manufactured goods while purchasing raw materials. This expansion of informal empire demonstrated that political control was not always necessary for commercial dominance. British military operations during the Napoleonic Wars demonstrated the global reach of British imperial power while revealing the strategic importance of colonial bases and resources. British forces operated simultaneously in Europe, North America, the Caribbean, India, and other theaters, coordinating complex strategies across vast distances. The Peninsular War, 1808 to 1814, showcased British ability to support allies through overseas operations while maintaining global commitments elsewhere. Wellington's campaigns in Spain and Portugal were supplied largely through British naval superiority and imperial resources, demonstrating the advantages that global empire provided in European conflict. Imperial resources played a crucial role, and profits from colonial production provided the financial foundation for British military operations and diplomatic subsidies. The wealth flowing from Bengal alone exceeded the revenues of most European kingdoms. The War of 1812 with the United States tested British ability to conduct global warfare while fighting Napoleon in Europe. Though this conflict ended inconclusively with the Treaty of Ghent in 1814, it demonstrated British determination to maintain imperial interests even while engaged in existential struggle with France. British operations in the Caribbean during the Napoleonic Wars resulted in the temporary occupation of most French and Dutch colonies in the region, providing Britain with access to valuable plantation territories while denying Napoleon the resources of overseas empire. The capture of Martinique, Guadeloupe, and other valuable sugar islands generated enormous revenues for the British treasury. The abolition of the British commitment to moral reform even during periods of national crisis. The decision to abandon this profitable trade while fighting for national survival reflected the growing influence of humanitarian sentiment in British imperial policy. The establishment of anti-slavery patrols by the Royal Navy after 1807 represented a new use of imperial power for humanitarian purposes, as British ships intercepted slave vessels of all nationalities while liberated Africans were settled in Sierra Leone and other British colonies. This campaign demonstrated British willingness to use naval supremacy for moral as well as strategic objectives. The Congress of Vienna in 1815 confirmed Britain's emergence as the world's dominant imperial power while establishing territorial arrangements that would anchor British global supremacy for the next century. The settlements reached at Vienna gave Britain strategic bases: Malta, the Ionian Islands, the Cape Colony, Ceylon, and others that would support British naval operations and imperial communications. The retention of key positions captured during the war demonstrated British understanding of the strategic requirements for maintaining global empire. These bases provided secure harbors for British fleets, coaling stations for steamships, and strategic positions commanding crucial sea routes. As we conclude this second part of our journey through the British Empire's growth and development, we have witnessed the transformation of a modest European kingdom into the world's dominant global power. The foundations established during the early 18th century, naval supremacy, expertise had been tested by global warfare and proven capable of supporting worldwide imperial dominance. The century following the Battle of Waterloo witnessed an unprecedented period of global stability that historians would later term Pax Britannica, the British peace. With Napoleon definitively defeated and France no longer capable of challenging British supremacy across multiple theaters, Britain emerged as the world's unquestioned hegemon, wielding influence that extended far beyond its formal territorial possessions to encompass virtually every corner of the inhabited world. The Royal Navy's unchallenged dominance of the world's oceans provided the fundamental foundation for this British-centered international order. With over 200 ships of the line and hundreds of smaller vessels patrolling every sea, the British fleet was larger than the combined navies of the next three maritime powers. This overwhelming naval superiority allowed Britain to serve as what contemporary observers called the policeman of the seas, intervening in conflicts, suppressing piracy, and maintaining the balance of power whenever British interests seemed threatened or global stability appeared at risk. The concept of splendid isolation emerged as the guiding principle of British foreign policy during this era, reflecting Britain's confidence in its ability to maintain global influence without the encumbrances of permanent European alliance. This approach allowed Britain to focus its energies on imperial expansion and economic development, while retaining the flexibility to intervene wherever British interests required protection, whether in European conflicts, Asian trade disputes, or American territorial questions. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the nature of British imperial power during this period, creating technological advantages that no rival could match, and generating the wealth necessary to support global military and administrative commitment. The development of steam navigation revolutionized imperial communications and trade, reducing the journey from London to Bombay from 6 months by sailing ship to 6 weeks by steamship, via the Mediterranean and Red Sea route. Railway transportation created new possibilities for territorial control and economic integration, as British engineers constructed rail networks that connected colonial ports with interior regions, facilitating the movement of goods, troops, and administrators across vast distances. Telegraph communication established instantaneous links between London and colonial capitals, allowing unprecedented coordination of imperial policies across the globe. Manchester emerged as the workshop of the world, producing textiles that were exported to every inhabited continent. Birmingham specialized in metal goods and machinery that equipped colonial development projects throughout the empire. Sheffield produced steel and cutlery that armed colonial forces and supplied colonial administrators. The interconnected network of British manufacturing cities created an industrial foundation for empire that no rival power could hope to match. London's transformation into the world's financial capital paralleled Britain's industrial dominance and reflected the global reach of British commercial network. The City of London developed the world's most sophisticated banking and insurance industries, providing the financial services necessary for global trade and investment, while managing the complex economically British capital financed railway construction in Argentina, mining operations in Australia, plantation development in Ceylon, and commercial ventures in every corner of the world. The pound sterling became the universal medium of international exchange, reflecting Britain's central position in the global economy, while providing British Bank of England evolved into the world's central bank, managing not only British monetary policy, but also providing stability for international financial markets through its willingness to serve as lender of last resort during financial crises. This financial leadership gave Britain influence over global economic development that extended far beyond its formal territorial empire. The doctrine of free trade, championed by British economists and politicians, reflected Britain's confidence in its competitive advantages while providing ideological justification for British commercial penetration of foreign markets. The repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846 symbolized Britain's commitment to free trade principles that would benefit British manufacturers and consumers while opening global markets to British goods. British commercial influence extended throughout Latin America, where British merchants and investors played dominant roles in mining, railways, and agricultural development. despite the political independence of Latin American nations. This informal empire demonstrated that British economic power could achieve many of the benefits of territorial control without the costs and responsibilities of direct administration. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the Crystal Palace in London, showcased British technological and manufacturing supremacy to the world, while celebrating the achievements of British industry and empire. The exhibition attracted millions of visitors from around the globe, demonstrating British cultural confidence and providing a platform for displaying the products and resources of British territories worldwide. The East India Company's territorial empire in India continued to expand dramatically during the early 19th century, transforming from a commercial organization controlling a few coastal enclaves into the governing authority over most of the Indian subcontinent. This expansion occurred through a combination of military conquest, strategic alliances, and the gradual assumption of administrative responsibilities that indigenous authorities could no longer effectively perform. The subsidiary alliance system, perfected by Governor-General Lord Wellesley and continued by his successors, provided the mechanism for extending British control throughout India while maintaining the fiction of indigenous sovereignty. Under this system, Indian rulers retained nominal independence in exchange for accepting British control over their foreign relations, maintaining British military forces at their own expense, and accepting British residents who effectively governed their states. The Anglo-Maratha Wars, culminating in the final defeat of the Maratha Confederacy in 1818, eliminated the last significant indigenous challenge to British supremacy in India while bringing most of central India under direct or indirect British control. The Marathas had represented the most formidable military and political force in 18th century India, and their defeat demonstrated the overwhelming superiority of British military organization and resources. The conquest of Sindh in 1843, achieved by Sir Charles Napier through a combination of military brilliance and diplomatic manipulation, extended British control to the strategic Indus Valley, while demonstrating British determination to secure the northwestern approaches to India against potential Russian expansion from Central Asia. Napier's famous one-word dispatch, Peekaboo, Latin for "I have sinned," became legendary for its wit, though it was probably apocryphal. The annexation of the Punjab, following the Sikh Wars of the 1840s, completed British territorial expansion in northwestern India, while bringing under British control one of the most fertile and strategically important regions of the subcontinent. The Sikh kingdom had represented the last major independent power in India, and its incorporation into British India marked the completion of British territorial consolidation. The doctrine of lapse, implemented by Governor-General Lord Dalhousie during the 1850s, provided legal justification for annexing Indian states whose rulers died without direct heirs, significantly expanding the territories under direct British administration. This policy, though legally defensible under certain interpretations of Indian law, created widespread resentment amongst Indian elites who saw it as a systematic attack on traditional rights and privileges. The administrative system that governed British India represented one of the most complex governmental structures ever created, combining British and Indian personnel, institutions, and traditions in an elaborate hierarchy that extended from the Governor-General in Calcutta to village officials throughout the subcontinent. The Indian civil service, recruited through competitive examination, attracted some of the most capable administrators in the British Empire. British educational policy in India, particularly the adoption of English as the medium of higher education, created a new class of Western-educated Indians who would play crucial roles in both imperial administration and eventually the independence movement. The establishment of universities in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras provided opportunities for Indian students to receive Western education while creating channels for the transmission of Western political and social ideas. The construction of railways, roads, and telegraph lines throughout India during this period represented the largest infrastructure project in world history up to that time, creating a unified transportation and communication network that bound the subcontinent together economically while facilitating military and administrative control. By 1857, India possessed over 4,000 miles of railway track, with plans for extensive further expansion. The economic integration of India into the global economy proceeded through the development of export industries that supplied raw materials to British manufacturing while providing markets for British finished goods. Indian cotton supplied Manchester mills, Indian opium financed trade with China, and Indian agricultural products fed populations throughout the empire. The revenues generated by British control over India provided the financial foundation for British imperial expansion elsewhere, as Indian taxes supported military operations in Afghanistan, Burma, China, and other regions where British interests required protection. The Indian Army, composed primarily of Indian sepoys under British officers, became the largest military force in Asia and a crucial instrument of British power throughout the region. However, the very success of British expansion in India created new sources of tension and resistance that would eventually challenge British rule. The displacement of traditional elites, the disruption of established economic relationships. Great Rebellion of 1857. The Indian Rebellion of 1857, known to contemporaries as the Sepoy Mutiny and later recognized as India's first war of independence. This massive uprising, which began with military mutinies but quickly spread to encompass civilian populations across northern and central India, tested British imperial resolve and military capabilities while forcing fundamental changes in the nature of British rule in India. The immediate causes of the rebellion centered on grievances within the Bengal Army of the East India Company, particularly the introduction of the new Enfield rifle, whose cartridges were rumored to be greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim sepoys. However, the underlying causes extended far beyond military concerns to encompass widespread dissatisfaction with British policies among various sections of Indian society. The annexation policies of Lord Dalhousie had dispossessed numerous Indian rulers and aristocrats, creating a large class of displaced elites with powerful grievances against British rule. The introduction of Western legal systems and administrative procedures had disrupted traditional relationships and created new sources of social and economic tension throughout Indian society. The rebellion began at Meerut in May 1857, when sepoys of the 3rd Light Cavalry refused to use the controversial cartridges and were subsequently imprisoned by their British officers. The outbreak quickly spread to Delhi, where the rebels proclaimed the restoration of Mughal Emperor Bahadur Shah II, providing the rebellion with symbolic leadership and legitimacy. the Siege of Delhi, which lasted from May to September 1857, became the focal point of the rebellion as British forces struggled to recapture the Mughal capital, while rebel forces from across northern India converged to defend their proclaimed restoration of imperial rule. The eventual British recapture of Delhi marked a crucial turning point in the suppression of the rebellion. The Siege of Lucknow, capital of the recently annexed state of Oudh, provided another dramatic focus for the rebellion as British residents and their Indian supporters endured months of siege conditions before being relieved by British military forces. The defense of the Lucknow Residency became legendary in British Imperial mythology as an example of British courage and determination. In the face of overwhelming odds, the rebellion revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of British imperial rule in India. While large areas of the subcontinent remained loyal to British authority, particularly the presidencies of Madras and Bombay and most of the Punjab, the extent and intensity of resistance in the Ganges Valley demonstrated the depth of anti-British sentiment among significant portions of the Indian population. British suppression of the rebellion involved extreme brutality, including mass executions, the destruction of entire villages, and collective punishments that would be remembered for generations as examples of imperial oppression. The British response reflected both the genuine fear that the rebellion had inspired and the determination to prevent any future challenges to imperial authority. The aftermath of the rebellion brought fundamental changes to the governance of British India, beginning with the Government of India Act of 1858, which transferred all authority from the East India, representing the Crown directly rather than a commercial company, while the India Office in London assumed responsibility for Indian affairs. Queen Victoria's proclamation of 1858 promised religious tolerance, respect for traditional rights and customs, and equal treatment for all subjects regardless of race or religion, representing an attempt to address some of the grievances that had contributed to the rebellion. However, the practical implementation of these promises often fell short of their idealistic intentions. The reorganization of the Indian Army after 1857 reflected British determination to prevent future military rebellions while maintaining the military forces necessary for imperial defense. The proportion of British to Indian troops was increased. Artillery was reserved exclusively for British units, and recruitment patterns were altered to ensure that no single region or community could dominate military units. The Royal Titles Act of 1876, which proclaimed Queen Victoria as Empress of India, symbolized the new relationship between Britain and India while reflecting British confidence in the permanence of imperial rule. The elaborate Delhi Durbar of 1877, which celebrated Victoria's assumption of the imperial title, demonstrated British power and pageantry while attempting to integrate Indian traditions into imperial ceremony. The Industrial Revolution's impact on imperial relationships during the mid-19th century extended far beyond simple economic exchange to encompass fundamental transformations in the nature of imperial control, communication, and cultural influence. British technological superiority created new forms of dependency that bound colonial territories more closely to the imperial center than ever before, while generating the wealth necessary to support global administrative and military commitment. The development of steamship navigation revolutionized imperial communications and commerce, dramatically reducing travel times between Britain and its overseas territories, while enabling more regular and reliable contact between colonial administrators and London authorities. The Peninsula and Oriental Steam Navigation Company, established in 1837, created scheduled passenger and mail services linking Britain with India via the Mediterranean and Red Sea, transforming what had been a perilous 6-month voyage into a routine journey of 5 to 6 weeks. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 further revolutionized imperial communications by eliminating the need for ships traveling to India and the Far East to navigate around the Cape of Good Hope, reducing the London-Bombay journey by over 4,000 miles, while providing British-controlled Egypt with enormous strategic importance for imperial defense. Railway construction emerged as the most visible symbol of British technological prowess throughout the empire, as British engineers and capital created transportation networks that connected colonial ports with interior regions while facilitating the movement of troops, administrators, and goods across vast distances. The construction of railways in India, Canada, Australia generated both immediate military and administrative benefits and long-term economic returns. The Indian railway system, begun in the 1850s and expanded rapidly during subsequent decades, eventually became the world's 4th largest railway network, connecting major cities and ports while facilitating the movement of goods and people across the subcontinent. The railways not only served British strategic and economic interests, but also contributed to the development of Indian nationalism by enabling new forms of communication and cultural exchange among previously isolated regions. The electric telegraph system created an instantaneous communication network that linked London with colonial capitals across the globe, fundamentally altering the nature of imperial governance. By enabling direct consultation between colonial administrators and imperial authorities on matters that previously would have required months of correspondence. The completion of the submarine cable to India in 1870 allowed the Viceroy in Calcutta to communicate directly with the Secretary of State in London, while subsequent cable connections linked London with Canada, Australia, South Africa, and other territories. The All-Red Line, the network of telegraph cables connecting British territories marked in red on imperial maps, became a powerful symbol of imperial unity and technological achievement. Colonial territories were systematically integrated into a global economic system centered on British manufacturing and finance, with each territory specialized in producing particular raw materials or agricultural products for export to Britain, while serving as markets for British manufactured goods. This economic integration created unprecedented prosperity for British merchants and manufacturers, while fundamentally altering colonial societies and economy. India supplied raw cotton to Manchester mills, which processed it into textiles that were then exported back to Indian markets, as well as to other parts of the world. Australia provided wool for British textile industries while serving as a market for British manufactured goods and a destination for British emigrants seeking economic opportunities. The Caribbean colonies continued to supply sugar and other tropical products, while British West Africa provided palm oil and other materials needed for British industrial processes. South Africa's diamond and gold discoveries during the late 19th century would add mineral wealth to the empire's economic foundations. This economic integration created what historians have termed an imperial economy that generated enormous profits for British investors and merchants, while creating new forms of economic dependency in colonial territories. Traditional industries in India declined as they proved unable to compete with British machine-made goods, while colonial agricultural systems were reoriented to supply raw materials for British industries rather than meeting local consumption needs. The cultural impact of improved communications and transportation extended throughout the empire as British educational systems, legal institutions, and administrative practices were introduced in colonial territories, while British emigrants carried English language, literature, and customs to every continent. The expansion of British missionary activities during this period contributed significantly to cultural transformation in colonial territories, as Protestant denominations established schools, hospitals, and churches that served both evangelical purposes and imperial interests by creating Western-educated local elites who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and local populations. The final decades of the 19th century witnessed a dramatic acceleration of European imperial expansion in Africa that transformed the political map of the continent and established European control over virtually all African territory. Britain played a leading role in this scramble for Africa, acquiring vast territories that would make the British Empire the largest territorial entity in world history. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 dramatically increased the strategic importance of Egypt and the Eastern Mediterranean for British imperial communications, as the canal provided the fastest route between Britain and India, while eliminating the need for the long voyage around the Cape of Good Hope. British determination to maintain control over this vital waterway would drive much of its subsequent involvement in African affairs. Egyptian financial difficulties during the 1870s provided the opportunity for increased European intervention in Egyptian affairs, as the Khedive's government struggled to service enormous debts incurred for infrastructure development and military modernization. The establishment of joint British-French financial control over Egypt in 1876 marked the beginning of European domination over Egyptian politics. The Yoruba Revolt of 1882, led by Egyptian military officers protesting foreign control over their country, provided Britain with the pretext for military intervention that would establish British dominance over Egypt for the next 70 years. The bombardment of Alexandria and the decisive British victory at Tel el-Kebir demonstrated the overwhelming technological superiority of European military forces while establishing British control over the Suez Canal. British involvement in Egypt inevitably led to entanglement in Sudanese affairs, where the modest movement had established an independent Islamic state following the successful revolt against Egyptian rule in 1881 to 1885. The death of General Charles Gordon at Khartoum in January 1885 became a cause célèbre in Britain, eventually leading to Kitchener's campaign of reconquest in 1896 to 1898. The Battle of Omdurman in September 1898 provided a stark demonstration of the technological gap between European and African military forces, as British and Egyptian troops equipped with modern rifles and machine guns defeated a much larger Sudanese army armed primarily with traditional weapons. Winston Churchill, who participated in the battle as a young cavalry officer, later described it as the most signal triumph ever gained by the arms of science over barbarian. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885 established the diplomatic framework for the partition of Africa among European powers, while attempting to prevent conflicts between competing imperial nations. The principle of effective occupation required European powers to demonstrate actual administrative control over claimed territories, leading to a rush to establish colonial administrations across previously unexplored regions. The conference's decisions reflected European assumptions about African political and social organization, while disregarding existing African kingdoms, trading networks, and cultural boundaries. The arbitrary nature of many colonial boundaries would create lasting problems for African political development well into the post-independence era. Cecil Rhodes emerged during this period as the most prominent advocate of British expansion in southern Africa, combining immense personal wealth derived from diamond and gold, mining with grandiose visions of British territorial expansion from the Cape to Cairo. Rhodes's British South Africa Company received a royal charter in 1889, granting it administrative rights over the territories that would become Southern and Southern Rhodesia. Rhodes's vision of a continuous British territory extending from Cape Town to Cairo captured the imagination of British imperialists and drove much of Britain's African policy during the 1890s. Though this vision was never fully realized due to German control over Tanganyika, it provided the ideological framework for massive British territorial acquisitions in Eastern and Central Africa. The discovery of enormous gold deposits in the Witwatersrand during the 1880s transformed the economic foundations of southern African society, while intensifying British interest in the region. The Transvaal's emergence as the world's largest gold producer created new sources of wealth that attracted international investment, while generating revenues that enabled the Boer republics to modernize their military forces and assert greater independence from British influence. The complex relationships between British colonial authorities, Afrikaner Republic, and various African societies created numerous opportunities for conflict that would eventually culminate in the Second Boer War, 1899 to 1902, the Jamestown Raid of 1895 to 1896, an unsuccessful attempt to overthrow the Transvaal government, demonstrated the intensity of British determination to control South African gold mining, while revealing the lengths to which British imperialists would go to achieve their objectives. British expansion in East Africa proceeded through the activities of the Imperial British East Africa Company, which received a charter in 1888 to develop trade and establish British influence in the region between the coast and the Great Lakes. The company's initial focus on suppressing the slave trade gradually expanded to encompass territorial administration, as the company struggled to maintain profitability while fulfilling its charter obligations. The construction of the Uganda Railway, begun in 1896 and completed in 1901, represented one of the most challenging engineering projects of the imperial age, while providing the transportation infrastructure necessary for effective British control over East Africa. The railway's construction required the importation of thousands of Indian laborers and cost numerous lives due to disease, accidents, and attacks by wildlife. But it ultimately provided the foundation for British colonial development in Kenya and Uganda. The establishment of British protectorates over Uganda 1894 and Kenya 1895 formalized British control over the headwaters of the Nile, while providing access to the fertile highlands that would become centers of European settlement and agricultural development. The railway also facilitated the suppression of the slave trade and the establishment of legitimate commerce throughout the region. British expansion in West Africa followed a different pattern, focusing primarily on commercial penetration, and the Royal Niger Company, chartered in 1886, British territorial expansion in West Africa, while bringing under British control some of the most sophisticated political and commercial systems in sub-Saharan Africa. The policy of indirect rule, developed by Frederick Lugard and other British administrators, attempted to govern these territories. Boer War represented the greatest test of British military capabilities and imperial resolve during the height of the Imperial Age, requiring the deployment of over 400,000 British and Imperial troops against approximately 60,000 Boer fighters, while costing over $1 million and lasting nearly 3 years. The war's origins lay in the irreconcilable conflict between British imperial ambitions and Afrikaner nationalism, exacerbated by the discovery of gold in the Transvaal that made the Boer republics economically independent, while providing them with the resources necessary for military modernization. The political crisis created by the denial of political rights to immediate cause for conflict. The initial phase of the war went badly for British forces, as Boer commandos demonstrated superior knowledge of local terrain and remarkable skill in mobile warfare, while British commanders struggled to adapt traditional military tactics to South African conditions. The sieges of Mafeking, Kimberley, and Ladysmith captured global attention while demonstrating unexpected Boer military capabilities. The relief of these besieged towns and the capture of Pretoria and Bloemfontein during 1900 appeared to have ended the war, but the transition to guerrilla warfare by Boer forces prolonged the conflict for 2 additional years, while requiring increasingly harsh British countermeasures. The concentration camp system, established by British forces to isolate Boer guerrillas from civilian support, resulted in the deaths of approximately 28,000 Boer civilians, mostly women and children, from disease and malnutrition. The controversy surrounding these camps damaged Britain's international reputation, while providing ammunition for critics of imperial expansion. The eventual British victory demonstrated the empire's ability to mobilize enormous resources for military operations, while revealing the costs and difficulties of suppressing determined local resistance. The war required military contributions from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other imperial territories, demonstrating the global scope of imperial military cooperation. The Treaty of Vereeniging in May 1902 ended the war on terms that were relatively generous to the defeated Boers, reflecting British recognition that successful imperial administration would require Afrikaner cooperation rather than continued resistance. The promise of eventual self-government and the provision of £3 million for reconstruction demonstrated British understanding of the need for reconciliation. The war's aftermath brought the unification of South Africa under British authority, while establishing the foundations for the Dominion system that would. The South Africa Act of 1909 created the Union of South Africa, would persist throughout the 20th century as the white minority government implemented increasingly restrictive racial policies that would eventually evolve into the apartheid system. British expansion in Southeast Asia and the Pacific during the 19th century followed patterns established in India and Africa, combining commercial penetration with strategic territorial acquisitions designed to protect trade routes and prevent Britain with a strategically located commercial base at the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula, commanding the sea routes between India and China, while providing access to the rich trading networks of Southeast Asia. Singapore's rapid development into one of the world's busiest ports demonstrated the commercial potential of well-positioned imperial bases. The gradual expansion of established British protectorates over most Malay states while maintaining the fiction of indigenous sovereignty. The system of residents who served as advisors to Malay rulers but actually controlled government policy 1870s provided additional economic incentives for British expansion while creating new sources of imperial revenue. The development of rubber cultivation in the early 20th century. French expansion from Indochina that might threaten British commercial interests. The Three Burmese Wars, 1824 to 1826. Burmese kingdom under British control, while demonstrating the systematic nature of British territorial expansion. The annexation of Upper Burma in 1886 completed British territorial control while eliminating French hopes of establishing influence over the Irrawaddy Valley. The integration of Burma into the Indian Empire provided administrative convenience while reflecting British in other regions, reflecting the vast distances involved and the limited immediate economic opportunities available on most Pacific islands. However, the development of trade routes to Australia and New Zealand, combined with concerns about French and German expansion in the region, gradually led to increased British territorial acquisitions. The establishment of protectorates over Fiji 1874 and other Pacific territories. The development of sugar cultivation in Fiji and other islands created New Hebrides and other Pacific territories between Britain, France, European competition in the region, while establishing the territorial boundaries that would persist through the colonial period. British commercial relationships with China during the 19th century created some of the most complex and controversial aspects of imperial expansion, as British merchants and officials struggled to penetrate Chinese markets, while Chinese authorities attempted to maintain traditional restrictions on foreign trade and residence. The Canton trade system, which confined European merchants to a small area outside Canton under strict Chinese supervision, created enormous frustrations for British traders who sought direct access to Chinese markets for both purchases and sales. The Chinese government's refusal to establish diplomatic relations on European, conducted primarily by British merchants based in India, provided the catalyst for the conflicts that would transform Anglo-Chinese relations. The East India Company's monopoly over opium production in India generated enormous revenues while creating a valuable export commodity that could balance British imports of Chinese tea, silk, and porcelain. Chinese attempts to suppress the opium trade led to the First Opium War, 1839 to 1842. Military forces, while forcing China to accept unprecedented concessions to foreign powers. The Treaty of Nanking, which ended the war, ceded Hong Kong to Britain, while opening 5 Chinese ports to British trade and residence. The Second Opium War, 1856 to 1860, fought in alliance with France, resulted in additional Chinese concessions. including the opening of more treaty ports, the legalization of the opium trade. The burning of the Summer Palace by British and French forces symbolized the humiliation imposed on Chinese civilization by European imperialism. The establishment of the treaty port system created a unique form of imperial control that combined elements of territorial sovereignty with commercial privileges. As British and other foreign merchants enjoyed extraterritorial rights in designated Chinese cities, while Chinese authorities retained nominal sovereignty over their own territory, Hong Kong's development into one of the world's major commercial centers demonstrated the economic Britain with a permanent base for operations in East Asian waters. The colonies' strategic location made it an ideal center for trade throughout the region. The gradual expansion of British merchants and investors' preferential access to Chinese markets, while establishing British control over crucial transportation and communication networks. The administration of the vast British Empire during its golden age required the development of sophisticated governmental institutions and the recruitment of thousands of capable administrators willing to serve in distant and often difficult conditions. The evolution of the colonial service and Indian civil through competitive examination after the reforms of the 1850s of the subcontinent. The service's emphasis on merit rather than political connections represented a significant, which administered territories outside India developed more gradually and with less systematic organization, reflecting the diverse nature of colonial territories and the varying requirements of different regions. However, the expansion of imperial responsibilities during the late 19th century necessitated more professional approaches to colonial administration. The development of specialized training for colonial administrators, including instruction in tropical medicine, local languages, and regional history, reflected growing understanding of the complex requirements for effective imperial governance. The establishment of training colleges and the publication of administrative handbooks provided systematic preparation for colonial service. The principle of indirect rule, developed most systematically in Nigeria by Frederick Lugard, attempted to govern colonial territories through existing indigenous institutions rather than imposing entirely foreign administrative systems. This approach reflected both practical necessity and theoretical beliefs about the importance of maintaining cultural continuity. However, modifications of traditional institutions to serve imperial purposes, while the selection of indigenous authorities who would cooperate with imperial objectives sometimes undermined traditional legitimacy and created new sources of social tension. The legal systems established throughout the empire combined elements of English common law with local customary law, creating complex hybrid systems that reflected imperial attempts to maintain control while accommodating local traditions. The development of imperial legal codes provided frameworks for governance, while establishing precedents that would influence created new educated elites throughout the empire while providing practical training in Western governmental systems. These indigenous administrators would eventually play crucial roles in independence. Century created the world's most extensive commercial network, linking every inhabited continent through trade. Relationships that channeled raw materials toward British manufacturing centers while distributing parts of the empire reflected both natural advantages and imperial policy decisions designed to maximize economic efficiency while ensuring British control over crucial processes. This international division of labor created unprecedented prosperity for cotton to Lancashire mills, exemplified this system as Indian farmers were encouraged to grow cotton varieties preferred by British manufacturers, while traditional Indian textile production declined due to competition from British machine-made goods. The profits from this trade financed further British investment in Indian infrastructure while supporting employment in British manufacturing cities. Australia's emergence as a major wool producer during the mid-19th century demonstrated the potential for developing entirely new industries in colonial territories, as British capital and expertise combined with favorable environmental conditions to create one of the world's most efficient pastoral economies. The profits from wool exports financed for thousands of colonial workers and generating revenues for both colonial governments and British merchants. The development of Canadian wheat production during the late 19th century added agricultural exports to this trade relationship. South African diamond and gold production, beginning in the 1870s, added precious metals and gems to the empire's economic foundations, while attracting massive British investment in mining technology and infrastructure. The profits from these industries helped finance the expansion of British influence throughout southern Africa. The Caribbean sugar trade, though less dominant than during the 18th century, continued to provide tropical products while demonstrating the persistence of plantation agriculture within the imperial economy. The gradual transition from slave to wage labor in the Caribbean reflected both humanitarian concerns and changing economic requirements. The establishment of preferential trade arrangements within the empire provided British manufacturers with protected markets while offering colonial producers guaranteed access to British consumers. These preferences helped bind the empire together, while providing mechanisms for transferring capital from one region to another as economic opportunities arose. Banks such as the Imperial Bank of India and the Bank of Australia became crucial institutions in imperial economic development. The construction of undersea telegraph cables, linking all parts of the empire, created communication networks that enabled rapid coordination of commercial activities while facilitating imperial administration. The All-Red Line became both a practical necessity and a powerful symbol of imperial unity. As we approach the conclusion of this third part of our journey through the British Empire's Golden Age, we have witnessed the transformation of British imperial power from a collection of scattered territories into a unified global system, encompassing nearly a quarter of the world's population and territory. The empire that emerged during the 19th century represented the pinnacle of human organizational achievement, demonstrating capabilities for administration, communication, and economic integration that would not be matched until the modern era. When Britain declared war on Germany in August 1914, the decision automatically committed the entire British Empire to the conflict, bringing into play military and economic resources that spanned the globe and encompassed over 400 million people. The Great War would test imperial unity and capabilities as never before, while simultaneously demonstrating the empire's enormous strength and revealing the seeds of future transformation. The Dominions, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa responded to Britain's call with remarkable enthusiasm, despite having no legal obligation to participate in a European conflict. This response reflected both emotional ties to the mother country and recognition that British security was inseparable from imperial security in an interconnected world. Canada's contribution proved particularly significant, as the Dominion mobilized over 600,000 troops for overseas service, while developing substantial war industries that supplied both Canadian forces and allied nations. The Canadian Corps emerged as one of the most effective fighting formations on the Western Front, earning particular distinction at Vimy Ridge in 1917, where Canadian forces achieved a victory that had eluded British and French attempts. Australia and New Zealand, despite their geographic isolation from European conflict, committed proportionally larger forces than any other participants in the war. The Australia and New Zealand Army Corps Anzac fought with distinction at Gallipoli, Sinai, Palestine, and the Western Front, while both dominions developed significant naval capabilities that protected Allied shipping in the Pacific. The Gallipoli Campaign of 1915, though ultimately unsuccessful in its strategic objectives, became a defining moment in the national consciousness of both Australia and New Zealand. The courage and sacrifice demonstrated by Anzac forces during the 8-month campaign created lasting bonds between the dominions, while establishing April 25th as a Anzac Day, a commemoration that continues to unite Australia and New Zealand in remembrance of their shared military heritage. South Africa's participation in the war was complicated by internal divisions between English-speaking and Afrikaner populations, with some Afrikaner leaders actually rebelling against the government's decision to support Britain. However, the rebellion was quickly suppressed, and South African forces made significant contributions to the conquest of German Southwest Africa and the East African campaign against German colonial forces. India's contribution to the war effort was truly extraordinary, providing over 1.3 million military personnel who served in every theater of the conflict, from the Western Front to Mesopotamia, East Africa, and Gallipoli. Indian forces played crucial roles in defending the Suez Canal, conquering German East Africa, and maintaining British control over Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf. The Indian economy was mobilized to support the war effort on an unprecedented scale, with Indian taxpayers contributing over £100 million directly to British war costs, while Indian industries produced munitions, textiles, and other supplies for Allied forces. The transformation of Indian manufacturing capabilities during the war laid foundations for future industrial development, while demonstrating India's economic potential. The Crown colonies throughout the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia also made substantial contributions despite having no voice in the decision to go to war. The British West Indies Regiment recruited volunteers from across the Caribbean, while African colonies provided both military personnel and crucial raw materials for the war effort. The economic mobilization of the empire during the Great War created new patterns of production and trade that would persist long after the conflict ended. Imperial territories that had previously supplied primarily agricultural products developed manufacturing capabilities, while the coordination of imperial resources demonstrated possibilities for economic integration that had not been fully realized. During peacetime, the establishment of imperial war conferences, beginning in 1917, represented a significant evolution in imperial governance, as Dominion prime ministers were invited to participate directly in strategic planning and policy formation. These conferences recognized the Dominion's contributions to the war effort, while acknowledging their growing claims to autonomy in foreign policy. David Lloyd George's creation of the Imperial War Cabinet in 1917, formalized Dominion participation in imperial decision-making, establishing precedents for consultation and cooperation that would influence post-war constitutional development. The Dominion's participation in peace negotiations and their separate signatures on the Treaty of Versailles reflected their enhanced international status. The human cost of the war was enormous throughout the empire, with total military deaths exceeding 1 million, while civilian casualties from famine, disease, and enemy action added hundreds of thousands more to the toll. Every part of the empire mourned losses that created lasting bonds of shared sacrifice, while generating expectations for political and social change. The war's financial costs proved equally staggering, as Britain's national debt increased from £650 million in 1914 to over £7 billion in 1919. While imperial territories contributed billions more in direct costs and economic disruption. The transformation from the world's largest creditor to a major debtor nation fundamentally altered Britain's global economic position. The territorial gains achieved through victory included former ex-Puta German colonies, distributed as League of Nations mandates among the victorious powers. Britain acquired German East Africa, Tanganyika, while the Dominions received Southwest Africa, South Africa, German New Guinea, Australia, and Western Samoa, New Zealand. These acquisitions represented the empire's final major territorial expansion. The 2 decades between the world wars witnessed fundamental transformations in the nature of imperial relationship. As the Dominions achieved practical independence while remaining within the imperial framework, and colonial territories experienced growing pressure for political reform and eventual self-government. The Peace of Paris and the subsequent establishment of the League of Nations created new international frameworks that challenged traditional concepts of imperial sovereignty. The Dominions' separate representation at the Peace Conference and their individual membership in the League of Nations reflected their emergence as independent international actors while maintaining their connection to the British Empire. The mandate system established by the League of Nations represented a significant departure from traditional colonial administration, requiring mandatory powers to govern former German and Ottoman territories as trustees for the international community, rather than as sovereign rulers. This principle of trusteeship would eventually influence British approaches to colonial governance more generally. The Irish War of Independence, 1919 to 1921, created the most serious challenge to imperial unity within the British Isles, as Irish Republican forces conducted a guerrilla campaign that ultimately forced Britain to grant Dominion status to the Irish Free State, while retaining Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom. The partition of Ireland created lasting problems while demonstrating the limits of imperial authority, even within the British Isles. The Government of India Act 1919 attempted to address growing demands for Indian self-government through the introduction of diadrachi, a system that transferred certain governmental functions to elected Indian ministers while retaining British control over crucial areas such as defense, foreign affairs, and finance. However, this limited devolution of power failed to satisfy Indian nationalist demands for complete self-government. The Indian National/Congress's adoption of non-cooperation as a strategy for achieving independence marked a new phase in the Indian independence movement, as Mahatma Gandhi's leadership transformed what had been primarily an elite political movement into a mass campaign that engaged millions of ordinary Parians in resistance to British rule. The Amritsar Massacre of April 1919, in which British troops fired on an unarmed crowd, killing nearly 400 people and wounding over 1,000, became a turning point in Anglo-Indian relations. By demonstrating the brutality that could result from imperial rule while radicalizing Indian opinion against British authority, Gandhi's Salt March of 1930 provided a brilliant example of non-violent resistance that captured global attention while demonstrating the moral power of Indian nationalism. The march from Gandhi's ashram to the Arabian Sea, where he symbolically broke the government's salt monopoly, inspired millions of Indians to join the independence movement while embarrassing British authorities internationally. The constitutional evolution of the Dominions proceeded rapidly during the interwar period, as their wartime contributions and enhanced international status created irresistible pressure for formal recognition of their independence. The Balfour Declaration of 1926 recognized the Dominions as autonomous communities within the British Empire, equal in status, in no way subordinate one to another in any aspect of their domestic or external affairs. The Statute of Westminster 1931 provided the legal framework for Dominion independence by removing all remaining British parliamentary authority over Dominion legislation, while establishing that future changes to the rules of succession to the throne would require the consent of all Dominion parliaments. This statute effectively transformed the British Empire into the British. Particularly the Great Depression created severe strains within the imperial system, as traditional patterns of trade and investment were disrupted by unemployment, falling commodity prices, and currency instabilities. The Ottawa Agreements of 1932 attempted to address provided preferential treatment for empire trade, however, of domestic industries that competed with British manufacturers, limited the effectiveness of imperial preference, while demonstrating the declining economic integration of the empire. The Dominions increasingly pursued independent economic policies that reflected their domestic political priorities rather than imperial interests. The rise of Nazi Germany and the renewal of European tensions during the 1930s created new challenges for imperial unity, as the Dominions developed independent foreign policies that did not always align with British interests. The Munich Crisis of 1938 revealed significant divisions within the empire. Colonial territories throughout Africa, Asia, the development of nationalist movements in territories such as Egypt and the Gold Coast, Ghana, demonstrated the spread of independence aspirations beyond India. The emergence of new forms of international organizations, particularly the League of Nations and various specialized agencies, created alternative frameworks for international cooperation that reduced the empire's role as the primary vehicle for British global influence. The Dominions' separate membership in international organizations further eroded the unity of imperial foreign policy. The outbreak of the Second World War, divided then in 1914, while Britain's declaration of war, the Dominions had acquired the right to make their own decisions about participation in foreign conflicts. Australia and New Zealand immediately declared war on Germany, reflecting their vulnerability to Japanese expansion in the Pacific and their continued reliance on British naval protection. Canada delayed its declaration for 1 week to demonstrate its independent decision-making authority. Participation in the Great War, South Africa's decision to enter the war was achieved only after a dramatic parliamentary crisis that resulted in the resignation of Prime Minister J.B.M. Herzog and his replacement by Jan Smuts, who led the country into the war despite significant Afrikaner opposition. This division reflected the continuing tensions within South African society about the country's relationship with Britain and the Peacock. Ireland's decision to remain neutral throughout the conflict represented the most significant departure from imperial unity as the Irish Free State, despite its Dominion status. This neutrality created strategic complications for British naval operations. Relationships. The early years of the war witnessed a series of imperial disasters that shook confidence in British military capabilities and imperial invincibility. The fall of France in June 1940 left Britain and the Empire standing alone against Nazi Germany, while the successful German air campaign against Britain demonstrated the homeland's vulnerability to enemy attack. The entry of Japan into the war in December 1941 created an entirely new dimension of imperial crisis. The fall of Hong Kong, Singapore, Burma, and Malaya within 6 months demonstrated that the empire could not simultaneously defend territories in Europe, Africa, and Asia against determined enemies. The fall of Singapore in February 1942 was particularly shocking, as this supposedly impregnable fortress had been considered the cornerstone of imperial defense in the Far East. The surrender of over 85,000 British, Australian, and Indian troops to a smaller Japanese force dealt a devastating blow to imperial prestige, while demonstrating the vulnerability of imperial territories to modern military forces. The Japanese conquest of Burma created a direct threat to India, while severing the vital supply route to China that had been crucial for Chinese resistance to Japanese expansion. The retreat through Burma became one of the longest in British military history, as British and Indian forces conducted a fighting withdrawal across hundreds of miles of difficult terrain. However, the Empire's response to these initial disasters demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability. The Battle of Britain, fought primarily by British pilots, but including significant numbers of Commonwealth airmen, proved that German air power could be defeated while maintaining the strategic base necessary for eventual Allied victory. The North African Campaign showcased the Empire's global capabilities, as the Eighth Army included units from Britain, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and India, fighting alongside Free French and other Allied forces. The victory at El Alamein in October 1942 marked the beginning of sustained Burma campaign of 1944 to 1945 witnessed the transformation of initial defeat into ultimate victory, as British and Indian forces under Lord Mountbatten launched a successful offensive that recaptured Burma while inflicting devastating defeats on Japanese forces. The 14th Army, composed primarily of Indian troops under British command, proved that Asian forces could match Japanese military capabilities when properly equipped and led. India's contribution to the war effort was even more massive than during the Great War, providing over 2.5 million military personnel who served in every theater from North Africa to the Pacific. The Indian Army became the largest all-volunteer force in history, while as the Indian National Congress's opposition to involving India in the war without consultation led to the imprisonment of most Congress leaders throughout the conflict. The Muslim League's cooperation with the war effort strengthened its claims for a separate Muslim state, setting the stage for the partition of India. The Quit India movement of 1942 independence and led to widespread civil disobedience that required significant military resources to suppress. Though the movement was ultimately unsuccessful in achieving its immediate objectives, it demonstrated the depth of Indian opposition to continued imperial rule. The Atlantic Charter, proclaimed by Churchill and Roosevelt in August 1941, articulated principles of self-determination and democratic governance that would have profound, though Churchill insisted that these principles applied only to European territories occupied by Nazi Germany. Colonial leaders throughout the empire interpreted them as promises of future independence. The wartime alliance with the Soviet Union created ideological complications for the empire, as British cooperation with a communist state undermined traditional arguments about defending democratic values against totalitarian threats. Movements created additional pressure for imperial reform. The defense of the British Empire during the interwar period and Second World War revealed both the enormous scope of imperial strategic responsibilities and the limitations of British military capabilities when faced with simultaneous threats. In multiple theaters, the Washington Naval Conference of 192-11922 formally ended British naval supremacy by establishing parity between British and American naval forces while limiting Japanese naval construction. This agreement reflected British recognition that the empire could no longer maintain overwhelming naval superiority while acknowledging American emergence as a major Pacific power. The development of air power during the interwar period created new possibilities for imperial defense while simultaneously creating new vulnerabilities. The Royal Air Force's pioneering use of aircraft for colonial policing in Iraq, the Northwest frontier, and other territories demonstrated the cost-effectiveness of air power for maintaining control over vast territories with sparse populations. However, the development of long-range aircraft also made imperial territories more vulnerable to enemy attack, as demonstrated by Japanese air raids on Darwin, Colombo, and other imperial bases during the Second World War. The empire's vast extent, which had been a source of strength in earlier conflicts, became a vulnerability in the age of air power. The construction of the Singapore Naval Base during the 1920s and 1930s represented Britain's most ambitious attempt to create the infrastructure necessary for imperial defense in the Far East. This massive undertaking, which cost over £60 million, was designed to provide the Royal Navy with the facilities necessary to maintain a fleet capable of deterring Japanese expansion. However, the fall of Singapore in 1942 demonstrated that fixed fortifications could not substitute for adequate mobile forces and air cover. The base's guns, designed to resist naval attack, proved useless against Japanese land forces that approached through the Malayan jungle. The development of imperial communications network during this period reflected the growing importance of coordinating defense efforts across vast distances. The imperial wireless chain, completed during the 1920s, provided radio communication links between London and all major imperial territories, while the cable networks continued to carry the bulk of administrative and commercial traffic. The establishment of the Committee of Imperial Defense in 1902 had created the institutional framework for coordinating imperial defense planning. but the complexity of defending territories on every continent against multiple potential enemies proved beyond the capabilities of any single power. The committee's work revealed the fundamental contradiction between imperial commitments and available resources. The development of Dominion armed forces during the interwar period reflected both growing national consciousness and recognition that imperial defense required contributions from all parts of the empire. Canada, Australia, and South Africa developed significant military capabilities while maintaining coordination with British strategic planning. The Royal Australian Navy's construction of cruisers and destroyers provided significant naval capabilities in the Pacific, while the Royal Canadian Navy's expansion during the Second World War created one of the world's largest naval forces. The South African Air Force made important contributions to the war effort in North and East Africa. However, the Dominion's insistence on controlling their own forces and determining their deployment created coordination challenges that complicated strategic planning. The Australian government's withdrawal of forces from North Africa to defend against Japanese threats in the Pacific exemplified the tensions between imperial and national strategic priorities. The Indian Army's role as the largest military force in the empire created both opportunities and challenges for imperial defense. The Army's capabilities, demonstrated in both world wars, provided Britain with military resources that could not be replicated from British manpower alone. But the politicization of Indian nationalism made reliance on Indian forces increasingly problematic. As we conclude this fourth part of our journey through the British Empire's time of trial and transformation, we have witnessed how 2 world wars tested imperial unity while creating the conditions for fundamental change. The empire that emerged from victory in 1945 remained territorially intact, but was financially exhausted, strategically overextended, and facing unprecedented challenges to its authority from awakening nationalist movements throughout the colonial territories. The British general election of July 1945 brought a Labour government to power under Clement Attlee, fundamentally altering the political context for imperial policy, just as the Second World War's end created unprecedented challenges for maintaining British global influence. The new government faced the enormous task of rebuilding a war-shattered economy while managing an empire that had grown to its greatest territorial extent, but whose foundations had been severely weakened by 6 years of total conflict. The financial crisis facing Britain in 1945 was truly staggering in its scope and implications. The country had liquidated virtually all its overseas investments to pay for the war effort, transforming itself from the world's largest creditor nation into a major debtor owing billions to the United States and the Dominion. The American decision to terminate Lend-Lease assistance immediately after Japan's surrender created an immediate balance of payments crisis that threatened economic collapse. The Anglo-American loan negotiations of 1945-1946 revealed Britain's reduced circumstances as American negotiators demanded fundamental changes to imperial trade preferences and currency arrangements in exchange for financial assistance. The eventual loan of $3.75 billion came with conditions that undermined the economic foundations of imperial unity while demonstrating to power a fundamentally different vision of Britain's role in the world, emphasizing social democratic values, international cooperation, and gradual decolonization. rather than traditional imperial dominance. The Labour Party's long-standing commitment to colonial development and eventual self-government provided ideological framework for managing imperial retreat while maintaining domestic priorities. Also influenced imperial policy, as the enormous costs of creating the welfare state and rebuilding British industry left little room for the military expenditures that maintaining imperial control would require. The establishment of the National Health Service, comprehensive social security, and nationalized industries consumed resources that might otherwise have been available for imperial administration and defense. However, recognized that complete imperial withdrawal would leave dangerous power vacuums that hostile forces might exploit, potentially threatening British security and prosperity. The challenge was to manage imperial retreat in ways that preserved British interest while acknowledging the irresistible force of nationalist movements throughout the colonial territories. The United Nations, British support, created new international frameworks that both supported and constrained British imperial policy. The UN Charter's commitment to self-determination provided legitimacy for independence movements, while the trusteeship system offered mechanisms for supervising decolonization processes. The emerging Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union created additional complexities for British imperial policy, as both superpowers opposed traditional colonial arrangements while competing for influence over newly independent nations. The Soviet Union's consistent support for anti-colonial movements created pressure for accelerated decolonization, while American anti-imperialism was tempered by concern about communist expansion. The independence and partition of India represented the most significant transformation in the British Empire's history, as the loss of the crown jewel fundamentally altered the empire's global position, while creating new nations that would house nearly one-fifth of humanity. The process that led to independence on August 15, 1947, reflected both the irresistible force of Indian nationalism and the population of 400 million people. The Indian National Congress, under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, had emerged from the Second World War with enhanced moral authority and mass support. Indian consent. The Congress's Quit India movement of 1942, though suppressed at the time, had demonstrated the depth of opposition to continued British rule while establishing the political momentum that would lead to demand for a separate Islamic state. Reflected the growing communal tensions that British rule had both exacerbated and controlled. Muhammad Ali Jinnah's two-nation theory argued that Hindus and Muslims constituted separate nations that could not coexist within a single political system, making partition the only viable solution to India's constitutional problem. Lord Mountbatten, appointment as the last Viceroy of India in March 1947, reflected the British government's recognition that independence was inevitable and that the primary task was to manage the transfer of power in ways that preserved British interests while minimizing violence and chaos. Mountbatten's charm, energy, and royal connections made him uniquely qualified for this enormously challenging assignment. The decision to advance the independence date from June 1948 to August 1947 reflected Mountbatten's assessment that deteriorating communal relations made delay increasingly dangerous. However, the acceleration of the timetable left insufficient time for careful planning of partition arrangement, contributing to the massive violence and displacement that accompanied independence. The Radcliffe Line. Sir Cyril Radcliffe, who had never previously visited India, attempted to partition Bengal and Punjab along religious lines, while providing both new nations with viable territories and populations. However, the arbitrary nature of boundary decisions left millions of Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs on the wrong side of new international borders. The mass migrations that followed partition involved approximately 14 million people crossing the new borders between India and Pakistan, creating one of the largest population movements in human history. The breakdown of law and order during these migrations resulted in communal violence that killed hundreds of thousands while leaving lasting scars on subcontinental politics. Gandhi's assassination by a Hindu extremist in January 1948 shocked the world while demonstrating the depth of communal hatred that partition had unleashed. The Mahatma's death deprived India of its most influential advocate for non-violence, while symbolizing the tragic costs of dividing the subcontinent along religious lines. Despite the violence and chaos that accompanied partition, the transfer of power was completed remarkably quickly and, from the British perspective, successfully. Both India and Pakistan chose to remain within the Commonwealth, providing Britain with continuing influence while reducing the peekaboo strategic implications of imperial withdrawal. The independence of Burma and Ceylon in 1948 completed the decolonization of Britain's Asian empire, as both countries achieved independence through negotiated settlements that avoided the violence that had marked the partition of India. Burma's decision to leave the Commonwealth reflected the strength of Burmese nationalism, while Ceylon's choice to remain demonstrated the flexibility of Commonwealth relationships. The British mandate for Palestine represented one of the most intractable problems facing the post-war Labour government, as 30 years of British administration had failed to reconcile Arab and Jewish nationalist aspirations, while the Holocaust had created irresistible pressure for increased British support for a Jewish national home in Palestine had created expectations among Jewish communities worldwide while generating Arab opposition that intensified throughout the Mandate period. The British attempt to balance these competing claims through immigration, quotas, and land purchase restrictions satisfied neither community while creating chronic instability. The revelation of the Holocaust's full extent, international pressure for Britain to permit large-scale Jewish immigration to Palestine, while Arab leaders argued that European persecution of Jews provided no justification for dispossessing Palestinian Arabs. The moral complexity of the situation made any solution enormously difficult. Jewish resistance to British immigration restrictions intensified after 1945, as organizations such as the Irgun and Leahy launched terrorist campaigns designed to force British withdrawal from Palestine. The bombing of the King David Hotel in Jerusalem in July 1946, which killed 91 people, demonstrated the escalating violence that British authorities face. The imprisonment of Jewish refugees aboard ships like the Exodus, attempting to reach Palestine illegally. The sight of Holocaust survivors being forcibly returned to detention camps created worldwide sympathy for Jewish aspirations. The Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry, established in 1946 to investigate the Palestine situation, recommended the immediate admission of 100,000 Jewish refugees while proposing a binational state that would protect both Arab and Jewish interests. However, the committee's recommendations proved unacceptable to both communities and impossible for Britain to implement unilaterally. The British decision, in February 1947, to refer the Palestine problem to the United Nations reflected the government's recognition that the mandate had become unsustainable. The enormous costs of maintaining 100,000 troops in Palestine, while facing determined resistance from both communities, exceeded Britain's post-war capability. The UN Partition Plan, approved by the General Assembly in November 1947, proposed dividing Palestine into separate Arab and Jewish states while internationalizing Jerusalem. The plan's approval by a two-thirds majority provided international legitimacy for partition while creating the legal framework for ending the British mandate. However, Arab rejection of the partition plan and the outbreak of civil war between Arab and Jewish communities made peaceful implementation impossible. British authorities found themselves caught between competing forces while lacking the military resources or political will to impose a settlement by force. The British withdrawal from Palestine in May 1948, completed amid continuing violence between Arabs and Jews, marked one of the few occasions when Britain abandoned a mandate territory without establishing a stable successor government. The immediate outbreak of the Arab-Israeli War demonstrated the failure of British policy while creating a lasting source of Middle Eastern instability. The communist insurgency that began in Malaya in 1948 provided Britain with one of its most successful examples of counterinsurgency warfare, demonstrating that determined resistance movements could be defeated through effective coordination of military operations, political reforms, and economic development programs. The Malayan Communist Party's decision to launch an armed struggle against British rule reflected both ideological commitment to communist revolution and practical considerations about British vulnerability following the war. The communists' strength among the Chinese minority population provided an ethnic dimension to the conflict that complicated both insurgent strategy and British countermeasures. The murder of 3 European planters in June 1948 marked the beginning of sustained terrorist activities that would eventually involve over-THOS security force personnel in operations against approximately 8,000 communist guerrillas. The disparity between these numbers illustrated both the challenges of fighting an insurgency and the resources that successful counterinsurgency required. The appointment of General Sir Harold Briggs as Director of Operations in 1950 marked the beginning of more systematic British counterinsurgency efforts, combining military operations with political and economic measures designed to isolate guerrillas from their civilian support base. The Briggs Plan emphasized the coordination of military, police, and civilian authorities under unified command. The resettlement of over 500,000 Chinese squatters into new villages provided secure housing and employment, while cutting off communist access to supplies and recruits. These villages, initially resented as concentration camps, gradually evolved into prosperous communities that demonstrated the benefits of cooperation with British authorities. The assassination of High Commissioner Sir Henry Gurney in October 1951 shocked British opinion while demonstrating the audacity and reach of communist operations. However, Gurney's replacement by General Sir Gerald Templer brought more aggressive leadership that accelerated the pace of counterinsurgency operations. Templer's dual role as High Commissioner and Director of Operations provided unprecedented unity of command, while his famous declaration that the answer lies not in pouring more troops into the jungle, but in the hearts and minds of the people, articulated the strategy that would ultimately defeat the insurgency. The British success in Malaya reflected several factors that would not be replicated in later counterinsurgency campaigns. The ethnic isolation of the communist movement within the Chinese minority, the availability of adequate military resources, and the credible promise of independence that undermined the political appeal of communist revolution. The Federation of Malaya's achievement of independence in 1957, while the emergency was still officially in progress, demonstrated British confidence in the success of counterinsurgency operations, while providing the new Malaysian government with legitimacy that the communist movement could not match. The formation of Malaysia in 1963, incorporating the former British territories of Singapore, Sarawak, and North Borneo Sabah, alongside the Federation of Malaya, represented the culmination of British efforts to create a stable, prosperous successor state in Southeast Asia. However, Singapore's ejection from Malaysia in 1965, due to racial and political tensions, demonstrated the continuing challenges of managing multi-ethnic societies in the post-colonial era. The Malayan emergency's successful conclusion in 1960 provided a model for counterinsurgency operations that would influence British military thinking for decades, though subsequent attempts to replicate this success in very different circumstances would prove far less successful. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked the definitive end of Britain's pretensions to independent great power status, while demonstrating the limitations of military force in the post-colonial era. The crisis emerged from Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser's decision to nationalize the Suez Canal Company in July 1956, threatening British and French interests in this vital waterway. The Suez Canal had remained crucial to British imperial communications, despite the loss of India, as it provided the shortest route between Britain and the remaining territories in East Africa, the Persian Gulf, and the Far East. British policymakers calculated that Egyptian control over the canal could be used to pressure Britain during future Middle Eastern crises. Anthony Eden's response to nationalization reflected both personal animosity toward Nasser, whom he compared to Hitler, and broader concerns about the decline of British influence in the Middle East. The Prime Minister's decision to collude with France and Israel in planning military action against Egypt demonstrated the lengths to which British leaders would go to maintain imperial influence. The Israeli attack on Egypt in October 1956, followed by the British and French ultimatum demanding withdrawal of both sides from the Canal Zone, provided the pretext for Anglo-French military intervention. However, the transparent nature of this collusion undermined international support for the operation while exposing British duplicity. President Eisenhower's furious response to the British action reflected American determination to prevent European allies from pursuing independent imperial policies that might complicate American Cold War strategy. The United States' threat to sell British pounds and precipitate a currency crisis demonstrated the extent of British financial dependence on American support. The rapid British withdrawal under American pressure, completed by December 1956, represented one of the most humiliating reversals in British diplomatic history. The resignation of Anthony Eden in January 1957 symbolized the personal and political costs of the failed adventure, while marking the end of an era in British foreign policy. The Suez Crisis revealed the fundamental contradictions of Britain's post-war position, the desire to maintain global influence without the economic and military resources that such influence required. The crisis demonstrated that Britain could no longer act independently against American wishes, while showing that military force alone could not solve complex political problems. Harold Macmillan's succession to the premiership brought a more realistic assessment of British capabilities and a clearer understanding of the need to work within American-led Western alliance systems. Macmillan's famous comment that Britain would play Greece to America's Rome reflected this new realism, while acknowledging the subordinate nature of the Anglo-American relationship. The crisis also accelerated the process of decolonization by demonstrating that Britain lacked the resources and will to maintain imperial control against determined opposition. The spectacle of British forces being withdrawn under American pressure encouraged nationalist movements throughout the remaining empire, while undermining British prestige among conservative allies. Harold Macmillan's famous Wind of Change speech, delivered to the South African Parliament in Cape Town in February 1960, acknowledged the irresistible force of African nationalism while signaling British acceptance of rapid decolonization throughout the continent. This speech marked a fundamental shift in British imperial policy from resistance to accommodation of independence movement. The Gold Coast's transformation into independent Ghana in 1957 under Kwame Nkrumah's leadership provided the model for peaceful decolonization in British Africa, while demonstrating that African territories could achieve independence through constitutional negotiations rather than violent revolution. Ghana's success encouraged nationalist movements throughout the continent, while showing that independence need not mean hostility to Britain. Nigeria's path to independence in 1960 proved more complex due to the country's size, ethnic diversity, and economic importance as a major supplier of palm oil and groundnut. The federal constitution adopted at independence attempted to balance the interests of the Muslim North, Christian Southeast, and oil-rich Niger Delta, though these arrangements would prove unstable in subsequent decades. The Central African Federation, created in 1953 to unite Northern Rhodesia, Southern Rhodesia, and Nyasaland under white minority rule, became increasingly untenable as African nationalism gained strength throughout the region. The Federation's dissolution in 1963 reflected British recognition that multiracial partnerships under white leadership could not survive the age of African independence. Kenya's path to independence proved far more difficult and violent, as the Mo Uprising of 1952 to 1960 required massive British military operations, while revealing the depth of African grievances against white settler rule. The emergency, which resulted in the detention of over 100,000 suspected supporters of the movement, demonstrated the costs of attempting to suppress African nationalism through force. Jomo Kenyatta's emergence from detention to become Kenya's first prime minister in 1963 symbolized the transformation from resistance leader to respected statesman that characterized many African independence movements. His policy of reconciliation with the white settler community demonstrated the pragmatic approach that would characterize Kenya's early independence period. The Rhodesian Crisis of 1965, when Prime Minister Ian Smith's government issued a unilateral declaration of independence to prevent majority rule, created the most serious challenge to British authority in Africa. Britain's refusal to use military force to suppress the rebellion, despite its clear legal authority to do so, reflected the practical limitations of imperial power in the modern era. The imposition of economic sanctions against Rhodesia, supported by the United Nations and most Commonwealth countries, demonstrated new approaches to international pressure while revealing the limitations of economic coercion against a determined regime with external support from South Africa and Portugal. Tanganyika's peaceful transition to independence in 1961 under Julius Nyerere's leadership, followed by its union with Zanzibar to form Tanzania in 1964, provided another example of successful decolonization while demonstrating African capabilities for political innovation and Pan-African cooperation. The independence of Zambia, formerly Northern Rhodesia, in 1964 under Kenneth Kaunda, completed the decolonization of the Central African Federation, while creating a frontline state in the struggle against white minority rule in southern Africa. Zambia's economic dependence on copper exports would create challenges for economic development, while its support for liberation movements strained relations with neighboring white-ruled territories. Uganda's independence in 1962 was complicated by the complex relationships between the central government and traditional kingdoms, particularly Buganda, whose autonomy within the new state created ongoing tensions. The eventual abolition of the kingdoms by Milton Obote's government in 1966 reflected the challenges of integrating traditional and modern political systems. The independence of Botswana, Lesotho, and Swaziland in the mid-1960s completed the decolonization of British territories in southern Africa, though all three countries remained economically dependent on South Africa, while providing bases for refugees from white minority rule. Harold Wilson's announcement in January 1968 that Britain would withdraw from its major military bases east of Suez by 1971 marked the definitive end of Britain's global imperial role, while reflecting both economic necessity and strategic realism about Britain's reduced capabilities in the post-imperial era. The decision was driven primarily by the economic crisis facing Britain in the late 1960s, as the devaluation of the pound in November 1967 demonstrated the country's inability to sustain both domestic welfare programs and global military commitment. The estimated savings of £200 million annually from military withdrawal provided compelling justification for ending Britain's imperial role. The independence of Aden in 1967, following a bitter campaign against nationalist insurgents, marked Britain's withdrawal from one of its most strategically important bases, while demonstrating the costs of attempting to maintain imperial control against determined local opposition. The creation of South Yemen as a Marxist state highlighted the Cold War dimensions of desolation, the Federation of Malaysia's successful defense against Indonesian confrontation 1963-1966 represented one of Britain's last major military operations in support of a newly independent Commonwealth country. The deployment of over 50,000 British troops demonstrated continuing British capabilities, while the successful outcome showed that limited military intervention could still be effective under favorable circumstances. Singapore's separation from Malaysia in 1965 created the world's smallest independent nation, while providing Britain with a continuing strategic partner in Southeast Asia. Lee Kuan Yew's leadership transformed Singapore from a colonial port into a modern commercial and financial center that maintained close ties with Britain despite independence. The British withdrawal from the Persian Gulf was complicated by the need to ensure continuing Western access to oil resources while preventing Soviet expansion into this strategically vital region. The creation of the United Arab Emirates in 1971 from former British protectorates provided a framework for continuing British influence through commercial and diplomatic, rather than military means. Bahrain's independence in 1971 ended British protection arrangements that had lasted over a century, while demonstrating the peaceful transfer of sovereignty that characterized most British withdrawals from the Middle East. The new nation's oil wealth provided economic foundations for independence, while its strategic location ensured continuing Western interest. Qatar's independence in 1971 completed the decolonization of the Persian Gulf while maintaining the ruling Al Thani family's control over what would become one of the world's wealthiest nations. The discovery of enormous natural gas reserves would transform Qatar into a major player in global energy markets. The British withdrawal from East Africa was completed with the independence of the Seychelles in 1976, ending over a century of British rule over these scattered Indian Ocean islands, while maintaining Diego Garcia as a joint Anglo-American military base despite controversy over the forced relocation of the indigenous population. The decolonization of Britain's Caribbean territories proved complex due to their small size, economic vulnerability, and the failure of attempts to create larger federal structures that might have provided viable foundations for independence. The collapse of the West Indies Federation in 1962 left individual islands to pursue independence separately or remain as British dependencies. Jamaica's independence in 1962, under Alexander Bustamante's leadership, marked the beginning of Caribbean decolonization while demonstrating the challenges facing small island economies in the global marketplace. The country's dependence on bauxite exports and tourism reflected the limited economic options available to Caribbean nations. Trinidad and Tobago's independence in 1962 under Eric Williams created the Caribbean's most industrialized nation, while providing a model for successful economic diversification through oil refining and petrochemicals. Williams's scholarship and political skill made him one of the most respected leaders of the decolonization era. Barbados's independence in 1966 was notable for the peaceful transfer of power and the maintenance of stable democratic institutions that would make it one of the Caribbean's most successful new nations. The island's emphasis on education and tourism provided foundations for sustained economic development. The smaller Caribbean territories faced difficult choices between independence and continued association with Britain, as their tiny populations and limited resources made economic viability problematic. The creation of associated state status in 1967 provided a middle way that granted internal self-government while maintaining British responsibility for defense and foreign affairs. The Bahamas' independence in 1973 was driven largely by the growth of tourism and offshore banking that provided economic foundations for sovereignty, while maintaining close ties with both Britain and the United States. The country's strategic location between the United States and the Caribbean made it an important partner for both former colonial power and regional hegemon. British Honduras's transformation into independent Belize in 1981 was complicated by Guatemala's territorial claims and the need for continuing British military protection against potential invasion. The presence of British troops in Belize after independence demonstrated the flexibility of post-colonial relationships. While protecting a vulnerable new nation, the Pacific Territories' decolonization proceeded even more gradually, as the vast distances and tiny populations of most British Pacific territories made independence economically challenging. Fiji's independence in 1970 created the largest and most viable Pacific nation while establishing the precedent for other territories. The Solomon Islands' independence in 1978 and Vanuatu's independence in 1980, shared with France, completed the decolonization of Britain's major Pacific territories while demonstrating the complexities of managing ethnic diversity and economic development in scattered island communities. Tuvalu's independence in 1978 created one of the world's smallest nations, while highlighting the challenges facing microstates in the modern international system. The country's population of fewer than 10,000 people and lack of natural resources made economic viability dependent on external assistance and creative revenue generation. The Argentine invasion of the Falkland Islands in April 1982 created the most serious challenge to British sovereignty since the Suez Crisis, while providing Margaret Thatcher's government with an opportunity to demonstrate British resolve and military capability in defense of the remaining overseas territories. The dispute over the Falklands reflected Argentina's long-standing claims to the island, which it called the Malvinas, based on proximity and Spanish colonial heritage. The military junta's decision to invade was motivated partly by domestic political considerations and the belief that Britain would not respond militarily to the seizure of such distant territories. The British decision to mount a military expedition to retake the islands demonstrated remarkable political will and military capability, as the task force sailed 8,000 miles to fight in the South Atlantic winter. The successful recapture of the islands after 10 weeks of fighting restored British confidence while ending the Argentine military government. The Falklands War demonstrated that Britain retained significant military capabilities and the political will to use them in defense of British territories and citizens. The conflict also showed that modern military technology could enable power projection across vast distances, though at considerable cost and risk. The war's outcome strengthened Margaret Thatcher's political position, while reinforcing her government's commitment to defending the remaining overseas territories. The substantial military garrison established in the Falklands after 1982 demonstrated British determination to prevent any future Argentine attempts at conquest. The negotiations over Hong Kong's future represented the final major act of British decolonization, while demonstrating both the constraints and opportunities facing Britain in the modern era. The colonies' unique legal status, with different parts held under different arrangements with China, created complex challenges for any transfer of sovereignty. The new territories, leased from China for 99 years in 1898, were due to revert to Chinese control in 1997. But the integrated nature of Hong Kong's economy made separation of the leased territories from Hong Kong Island and Kowloon ceded in perpetuity economically impossible and politically unacceptable to China. Margaret Thatcher's initial hope that Britain might retain sovereignty over Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, while returning only the new territories reflected misunderstanding of Chinese positions and the practical impossibility of dividing the territory. Deng Xiaoping's firm insistence on complete Chinese sovereignty left Britain with no alternative but to negotiate the best possible terms for the handover. The Sino-British Joint Declaration of 1984 provided the framework for Hong Kong's return to China while attempting to preserve the territory's economic and social systems through the one country, two systems formula. The promise that Hong Kong would retain its capitalist system and way of life for 50 years after 1997 represented an unprecedented arrangement for managing sovereignty transfer. The development of democratic institutions in Hong Kong during the 1980s and 1990s, though belated and limited, reflected British attempts to provide Hong Kong people with experience of self-government, while creating pressures for China to honor its commitments to preserve Hong Kong's autonomy. Chris Patten's appointment as the last governor of Hong Kong brought a more aggressive approach to democratization that created tensions with China while demonstrating British commitment to Hong Kong's political development. Patten's reforms, though controversial, established important precedents for representative government. The handover ceremony on July 1, 1997, marked the end of 156 years of British rule in Hong Kong, while symbolizing the completion of Britain's withdrawal from empire. Prince Charles's presence at the ceremony represented the dignity and ceremony with which Britain marked the end of its imperial era. The transformation of the British Empire into the Commonwealth of Nations represented one of the most successful examples of peaceful imperial evolution in world history, creating a voluntary association that preserved beneficial relationships while respecting member nations' sovereignty and independence. The Commonwealth's evolution from a white dominion club to a multiracial association of independent nations reflected the broader transformation of international relations in the post-colonial era. The admission of India and Pakistan in 1947 established the precedent for non-white membership while demonstrating the organization's adaptability. The London Declaration of 1949, which allowed India to remain in the Commonwealth as a republic, established the precedent for republican membership while maintaining the symbolic role of the British monarch as head of the Commonwealth. This arrangement provided flexibility that enabled the organization to accommodate diverse constitutional arrangements. The Commonwealth's role in supporting decolonization was demonstrated through its assistance with constitutional development, technical expertise, and diplomatic mediation during transitions to independence. The Commonwealth Secretary-General, established in 1965, provided institutional leadership while representing the organization's evolution beyond British control. The Harare Commonwealth Declaration of 1991 articulated the organization's commitment to democracy, human rights, and sustainable development, while establishing principles for membership that reflected modern international values. The Commonwealth's willingness to suspend members who violated these principles demonstrated its evolution into a values-based organization. The Commonwealth Games, educational exchanges, and professional associations created people-to-people links that transcended political relationships while preserving cultural and institutional connections between former imperial territories. These connections provided practical benefits for development and cooperation. The British Empire's influence on the modern world extends far beyond the political boundaries that once marked imperial territory, encompassing legal systems, educational institutions, languages, sports, and cultural practices that continue to shape global civilization. The English language's emergence as the global lingua franca reflects the empire's most pervasive and enduring legacy, as approximately 1.5 billion people now speak English as a first, second, or foreign language. The language's role in international business, science, technology, and diplomacy demonstrates the lasting influence of imperial expansion. The Westminster system of parliamentary democracy has served as the model for governments throughout the former empire, while English common law provides the foundation for legal systems in dozens of countries. The rule of law, independent judiciary, and constitutional government remain important legacies of British imperial administration. The global spread of sports such as cricket, rugby, football, and tennis reflects the empire's cultural influence, while creating international communities that transcend political boundaries. The continuing popularity of these sports in former colonies demonstrates the positive aspects of cultural exchange that accompanied imperial expansion. Educational systems throughout the former empire continue to reflect British models, with universities in India, Australia, Canada, and other former territories maintaining academic standards and practices derived from British institutions. The continuing attractiveness of British universities to students from former colonies demonstrates enduring educational connections. The economic integration achieved during the imperial era created trading relationships and financial networks that persist in modified forms, while the City of London's continuing role as a global financial center reflects the constitutional legacy of imperial commerce and administration. However, the empire's legacy also includes negative consequences that continue to influence contemporary issues, arbitrary boundaries that ignored ethnic and cultural divisions, economic structures that favored export of raw materials over local development, and racial hierarchies that contributed to ongoing inequality and discrimination. The partition of India and the continuing India-Pakistan conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian dispute, ethnic tensions in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and other former territories, and the challenges facing artificial states created by colonial boundaries all reflect problematic aspects of the imperial legacy that continue to generate conflict and instability. The imperial period's environmental consequences, including deforestation, soil depletion, and loss of biodiversity resulting from plantation agriculture and mining operations, created ecological problems that persist in many former colonies while contributing to contemporary environmental challenges. Contemporary debates about reparations, cultural restitution, and historical reconciliation reflect ongoing efforts to address the negative consequences of imperial rule while building more equitable relationships between former imperial powers and colonized territories. As we reach the end of our journey through the rise and fall of the British Empire, we have witnessed one of the most remarkable transformations in human history, the evolution of a small island nation into the ruler of the largest empire ever created, followed by its peaceful transformation into the leader of a voluntary association of independent nations. The empire that began with John Cabot's tentative voyage to Newfoundland in 1497 had, by its peak in the early 20th century, encompassed nearly a quarter of the world's land surface and population. The scope of this achievement was unprecedented in human history, requiring administrative, military, and economic capabilities that had never before been assembled by any civilization. The empire's ultimate transformation into the Commonwealth demonstrated that imperial relationships could evolve peacefully into partnerships based on mutual respect and shared values rather than dominance and subordination. This peaceful evolution, though not without conflict and controversy, provided a model for decolonization that influenced the dismantling of other European empires. The Commonwealth's survival and growth, now encompassing 54 independent nations, representing over 2 billion people, demonstrates the possibility of maintaining beneficial relationships based on historical connections while respecting sovereignty and diversity. The organization's ability to bridge differences between developed and developing nations, democracies, and other systems provides continuing value in an interconnected world. The British Empire's legacy in the modern world is complex and contradictory, encompassing both positive contributions to global civilization and negative consequences that continue to generate controversy and conflict. The spread of democratic institutions, legal systems, educational opportunities, and technological advancement represents the positive side of this legacy, while arbitrary boundaries, economic exploitation, and cultural disruption represent its darker aspects. Understanding this imperial history remains crucial for comprehending contemporary global relationships, as many of today's international issues trace their origins to decisions made during the imperial era. The Middle Eastern conflicts, South Asian tensions, African boundary disputes, and other contemporary problems reflect the continuing influence of imperial boundaries and policies. The empire's economic legacy continues to influence global trade and financial relationships as networks established during the imperial era evolved into modern patterns of international commerce and investment. London's continuing role as a global financial center, the use of English as the language of international business, and trading relationships throughout the former empire all reflect this enduring influence. Perhaps most significantly, the British Empire's history demonstrates both the possibilities and limitations of human organization on a global scale. The empire's achievements in administration, communication, and economic integration across vast distances and diverse populations showed what could be accomplished through systematic effort and institutional innovation. However, the empire's ultimate dissolution also demonstrated that political systems based on external domination rather than consent cannot indefinitely survive the awakening of national consciousness and democratic aspirations. The peaceful nature of most imperial withdrawals reflected both British pragmatism and the recognition that cooperation based on mutual benefit was more sustainable than control based on force. The Commonwealth's continuing evolution suggests that the relationships forged during the imperial era, when purged of domination and inequality, can provide foundations for beneficial cooperation in addressing global challenges such as climate change, economic development, and international security. As we conclude this exploration of the British Empire's remarkable history, we are reminded that human societies are capable of both great achievements and serious injustices, often simultaneously. The empire's complex legacy continues to influence our world, providing both inspiration for international cooperation and warnings about the dangers of inequality and exploitation. The transformation of empire into Commonwealth represents humanity's capacity for peaceful change and adaptation, demonstrating that even the most powerful institutions can evolve to meet changing circumstances and values. This peaceful evolution offers hope that contemporary global challenges can be addressed through cooperation and mutual respect rather than domination and conflict. And so, as you drift into peaceful sleep, envision that great imperial map, slowly changing colors, red territories peacefully transforming into the diverse flags of independent nations, yet still connected by threads of language, law, culture, and shared history. The sun has finally set on the British Empire, but it continues to rise each day on the Commonwealth of Nations, where the best aspirations of that imperial legacy live on in voluntary cooperation and mutual respect among the family of nations. We have witnessed one of the most remarkable transformations in human history, the evolution of a small island kingdom into the ruler of the largest empire ever created, followed by its peaceful transformation into the leader of a voluntary association of independent nations. From John Cabot's tentative voyage to Newfoundland in 1497 to the handover of Hong Kong in 1997, we have traveled through 5 centuries of human achievement, struggle, and remarkable change. The empire that once encompassed nearly a quarter of the world's land surface and population has left an enduring legacy that continues to shape our modern world through language, law, democracy, sports, education, and the countless connections that bind the Commonwealth family together. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the rise and peaceful transformation of the British Empire. If you enjoyed this complete historical voyage, please give this video a like. Share your thoughts in the comments about which moment in imperial history most captivated you. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleepy Crown for more soothing tales from history that will gently carry you into dreamland. Sweet dream, dear listener, and until our next historical adventure together, may your rest be as peaceful as the quiet evolution from empire to Commonwealth.